Can you hear me? Yes. Okay. Okay. Welcome, everyone. I'm Elena Friso. I'm a coordinator at the EFTA Statistical Office in Luxembourg. We are here 27 countries, and let me tell you that I'm Italian. So welcome all of you at this joint EFTA and UNECE workshop on human resources management and training. This year, the title is The Future of Work, Working for the Future. This is the first time we are doing this event at the EFTA house. So please be patient with us if something is not working properly. We are try to do our best. Last time this event took place in person was 4 years ago. So a lot has changed during the last years, and unfortunately still is changing. We are facing a lot of challenges nowadays, and these are impacting on us as persons, as professionals, as colleagues, and as team members. So the question now is not anymore, how will this impact on us, but how we can do, what we can do for our future, how we can do for a better future. Say that I want to thank you all for being here. But first of all, let me thank one country, and I want to thank Ukraine for being here, as being a long trip for them. It took two days for being here, so let me thank them for being here. So before doing the housekeeping, let me give the floor to the two representatives of the two organizations, EFTA and UNECE. From EFTA, I call Myris Andersen, he's the deputy, and from UNECE, Take Gyaltema. Floor is yours, as you want.
So, welcome also from my side and on behalf of EFTA to this workshop on human resource management and training. So, I'm new to this group, so I would like to introduce EFTA and myself to begin with. So, my name is Myris Andersen. I am the deputy head of the EFTA Statistical Office, and of course, we are very happy to welcome you here today in this new EFTA house, and also it's the first time in a while that this group meets in person, I understood. So we are very happy to have you here in the EFTA house today. Now, just a few words about EFTA and the EFTA Statistical Office. We are part of the EFTA Secretariat, which represents our member states, Iceland, Liechtenstein, Norway, and Switzerland, first in developing EFTA's network of free trade agreements. Second, in managing the agreement on the European Economic Area. And this is also a big part of the work we do in the EFTA Statistical Office, managing the statistical cooperation in the context of the EEA agreement and in the European statistical system. And we also provide technical assistance to our partner countries. And this workshop is part of our joint technical cooperation activities with UNECE. So it's a good time to come together and discuss the future work situation and work environment of the national statistical institutes. First, because we have seen how much has changed in the recent years, and also we can look a bit ahead and anticipate the changes that will happen to the environment the national statistical institutes will work in the very close future. So I'm thinking in the lines of new data concepts such as data stewardship, data science, and you are probably also familiar with the new cross-governmental data sharing platforms being set up in the European and the national levels. And together, this represents like a new environment and new concepts that the national statistical institutes have to face. So this might touch upon the role of the National Statistical Institutes, but in addition, these initiatives probably also impact the competence required from the staff. What types of skills and competence are needed to operate in new public sector data systems, and to be able to utilize new data sources and privately held data in a meaningful way. So how do we get this competence? How do we train the staff to match the needs for the future? And how do we retain this competence in the National Statistical Institutes? So these are some of the challenges I think it's important to reflect upon together during these days. And I hope this workshop will provide useful input to you in these topics and similar topics related to the future of HR and management training. Finally, I would like to thank my colleagues in the EFTA Statistical Office and UNECE for having put together this workshop in this new EFTA house. I'm very happy to have you all here. Thank you very much and have a good workshop.
Yes, thank you for the introduction. Yeah, so I'm Terke Geltema from UNECE. So I'm the chief of we call it the Statistical Modernization and Management Unit. So it's about modernization and management. Later on, I have a presentation in a few minutes, so I will not go any detail there. So yeah, welcome everybody. Some of you came from very far, Tajikistan, Kyrgyzstan, Brazil, Mexico. Others came from nearby. They could hop over from Luxembourg. That was a bit easier. So very much welcome, whether you came from nearby or very far away. It's very good to have you here. I hope we will have a very engaging meeting. You can see the setup is a bit informal. So the really idea is that you all connect and that we keep this informal setting, and that we try to get as much out of this workshop as possible, not only from the presentations, but especially also from interacting with each other. So that's very good. So thanks, of course, to EFTA. We're organizing this already for a couple of years. It's a co-workshop between EFTA and UNECE. And yeah, EFTA always has been a very good partner in finding nice locations. The last time in person was in Geneva, but before that was in Oslo, also the home country, I think. And now, since we have the EFTA house in Brussels with the new facilities, we could have it here in the EFTA house. So thanks a lot, EFTA, for being able to host it. Very good for us. So we don't have to do all those things that they are doing here. So more relaxed. Yeah, I also welcome you. You already heard us speaking in the name of Tatiana Kolomnietze, who unfortunately couldn't come. So my colleague Gerald is here also from UNECE, but also I welcome you in the name of her. So she gives her greetings and feels very sorry she couldn't be here with all of you, because she has been, I think, very intensively in contact with probably with any of you. So next time you will have to come back in person to meet her in person. So hopefully you will be here also next time. So maybe a brief hint. So I will present the work that we're doing in our unit later on, but maybe UNECE is the question what it is about. So UNECE is the UN Economic Commission for Europe, but it's not the complete name. It's the UN Economic Commission for Europe and North America. So that's why we also have Canada here, and the US potentially could participate. That also means that if you have maybe had the last 2 years, we had online meetings. The online meeting always started in the afternoon, because we should start a meeting online that is also an office hour in the Americas, because in North America, because it's part of our region. But in statistics, we're not managed alone by the UNECE. Our governing body is the Conference of European Statisticians. And the Conference of European Statisticians is older than the UN. So it existed before the UN existed. And it traditionally also had other members. And given that they had back-to-back meetings with OECD, nearly all OECD members are also members of the Conference of European Statisticians. So our work is really governed and approved and also participated by from all of the countries from the CES region, which includes Australia, New Zealand, South Korea, countries like Colombia, Argentina, Chile. What else do we have? Well, everything outside Europe, mostly members of OECD, but also South Africa is a member, for example. I think the rule is any chief statistician that twice attends the Conference of European Statisticians is automatically a member. So that gives a bit the history is a bit very a formal way of joining the conference, but that explains why we have here way more countries than just from Europe. Yeah, so I think with that, we better proceed because I will get back in detail what we are doing later on. We will get more housekeeping messages later on from Elena. You want to do it now, or I first give the floor to, yeah, so we now get household, and then I will hand over to Anna. I will stay here because I have to go back.
Thanks, Dake. So few housekeeping before starting with this session. This meeting is taking place online, also on Zoom. There are simultaneous interpretation for our Russian speakers. Our interpreters are located here in the EFTA house, so will be around us for any need. The meeting is also recorded and pictures are taken for your information. I'll ask all the speakers, everyone who wants to take the floor, please to speak slowly for the sake of this meeting and to help them, the interpreters. But by now, I know that all of you have two main questions. I know that you all want to know where the toilets are and when coffee breaks are taking place. So toilets are just outside here in the cafeteria, and first coffee breaks is taking place at 10:45, and lunches it's at 12:15, all in the cafeteria. And by now you all, I think, are checked in your hotel. But if you need any information, if you need any support, don't hesitate to get in contact with me. I'll be around all the time. So I'll give more information about the social dinner for tonight and the guided tour later. So I think from now we can start. I'll give the floor to Anna. Anna Borowska, right? She's the Civil Service Director of Statistics Poland. She's responsible for ensuring proper organizational, financial, and human resources in National Statistical Office, co-chair of a modernization group on capabilities and communication. Floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Elena. So, ladies and gentlemen, it's my really great pleasure to welcome you here personally, as it was said several times, and also I would like to welcome participants who are remotely via Zoom. This is first time over 4 years that we can meet personally. It was said that last time it was in Oslo. We had 2 years ago also remotely workshop. It was supposed to be in Lisbon, I think, but because of pandemic, it was impossible. So as you know, every day, every week, every month, we continue our work, no matter what is surrounding us. But as it's always better not to be alone, but to join our efforts, we also work within the capabilities and communication group on the current issues concerning human resources, training, ethics, and communication. We create the whole statistical family. So for the next 3 days, I would like to encourage you to create and write the common story of our future of work and working for the future, addressing the challenge of recruiting, developing, and retaining NSO talent in the post-COVID employment market. I hope that during these 3 exciting days with 4 sessions, we will build up our story focusing on the following questions. Why we need to reframe work, people, and workplaces of our NSOs, what we have tried, what we have learned from recent crisis response initiatives, and how we build NSOs for future, including organization, culture and ethics, people, training and skills, and where should we be going to from here. And there will be also a special session for the EFTA partner countries. It will be focused on the challenges faced there during the last few years. The aim is to share lessons learned and upcoming possibilities for these NSOs in the area of human resource management and training. It will be also an opportunity to learn how to improve, adapt, and build a better and stronger foundation for the future. During this session, we will also present the results of questionnaire, which was sent to you and which will be the basis for the further discussions of your priorities and abilities in the area of human resource management. So let's start our workshop. So first, I give the floor to Take to tell us a few words or sentences about HLGMOS activities and our group. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Anna, and also thank you for speaking slowly. So yeah, so the people that have interpretation, if people like me who tend to speak too fast, just put up your hand if it goes too fast. If the interpreters can't keep up, just put up your hand. So yeah, so again, thanks to the interpreters, they will have a hard time with some people like me that tend to speak too fast. So yeah, really slow us down. And yeah, I would also like to have a special welcome actually for our interpreters and also from our colleague from Ukraine, because the interpreters are also from Ukraine. So we're very happy that they're able to come here and to participate and also to translate in this workshop despite the whole situation, that the extremely difficult situation they're in. So yeah, a very nice extra welcome to the interpreter and our colleague from Ukraine. And put up your hand if me or follow-up speakers speak too fast, just slow us down. I will try to speak slow. The presentation is, I have the clicker, but I don't think I can put it up. So we have the unit, as I already mentioned in the introduction, the Statistical Management and Modernization Unit. So we basically deal with the high-level group for the modernization of official statistics. So this group was set up by the Conference of the European Statistician, and it comprises of 13 chief statisticians. And the idea is that they really try to forward the innovation, the modernization, the changes in statistical offices in all its aspects. So not just in the area of statistics or production, but also in the area of management and of training and of capabilities that people have in the office. So I think the presentation is nearly there. Yes, presentation mode, and now I can forward it, hopefully. Anyway, I will continue and then you will see the slides later on. They're not so relevant, the first one. So very important of the, oh, sorry, yeah. Because there is no, so the high level group, so the HLDMOS, and we'll keep it short, is a collaboration. It is often called the collaboration of the willing. So it's really, it's not mandatory to participate. It's really driven by voluntary and driven by the demands of the countries themselves, what they feel we have to be working on the next and the coming years. And the contributions are delivered on what people are able to do. So it's really the collaboration of the willing. If people are not willing, then okay, nothing will happen. So we really depend on the participation of all the members of all the countries to bring the work forward. And unique about it is that it is, as it is about innovation, that we always try to work on the latest developments that are coming up. So most of our colleagues, they already know the work program for next year and the year after and the year after, but we only in November, at the end of November, we have a discussion about it in a workshop. And the HLDMOS, together with the executive boards that you will see later on the structure, that is managing it on a daily basis, only in December, January, decide about the work program for the next year. So it's really the latest developments we can take into account. For example, when COVID came, within weeks, within days, we switched to focusing on how to respond to the COVID situation rather than months, which in other cases, in other sections happen. So we can really be very agile. So the whole setup is principles are openness, flexibility, agility, and that participation is necessary to move things forward, and also pragmatism. If we don't have enough people, we maybe plan to do something, but we just don't do it. We can't. And everybody, all of you, you can join. If you want to join, there's no problem. You can join. Okay, sorry, the presentation is there. So this I already then presented. So this is the current structure. So under the activities of the HLDMOS, we have a lot. We have data science, the mouse is moving anyway. So we have now a new group set up about data science. We have a Blue Skies Thinking Network. That is the ideation group. So they come up with new ideas where we can be working up. In the past, they came, for example, with synthetic data. They came with machine learning, we have big data. So all of these topics were generated, then presented in November, then all agreed it was a topic we had to focus on, and then they happened. Another group is the supporting standards group, which works on, well, some of you might know GAMSO and GSBPM. These are all developed and maintained by this group. And then, of course, Anna already presented, we have the capability and communication group. I will say a little bit more about that group, but not too much, because actually this whole meeting is basically about that group, at least the capability part of the group. Then we also have 2 to 3 projects every year. So this year we have one on the Meta Academy. That's interesting for you. That's about, we have presentations about it, so you will learn more about it later on, but it's about co-creation of training in offices. And then we have one on data governance for interoperability framework. It's led by Mexico, INEGI in Mexico. And we have one on input privacy preservation techniques. So very technical to make available, to connect to data that is not stored in your office, or to give access by others to your data without knowing the underlying data. So it's more about privacy and confidentiality. So here a little bit where the HR aspects, of course, the capability and communication group. We have the HMT workshop, which is organized by that group. We also have a workshop on dissemination and communication. We had it 2 weeks ago. So all the communication activities were presented there. So we have them here, not really present because we already have a separate workshop for it. And then the Meta Academy, as I said, is all about capability and training. So it's also strongly related to the work here. It will also be presented, so I don't go in detail. So this is our innovation pipeline. So the whole idea of the HLD-MOS is that all the activities are interwoven and strengthening each other. But the idea is also that the chief statisticians that lead the HLD-MOS, so it's the head of your offices, it's from Pedre, for example, from Ireland, Anil, who is now the chair from Statistics Canada. So it's really the top level management of all of your offices is directly engaged and directly participating in our activities. So they directly approve this workshop, they directly approve the work program of the capability and communication group. So there's a very, very strong engagement from the very top level. Then in the previous slide, you could see there was also the executive board, which is mainly deputies from your offices, and also the chairs of all the groups and the project managers. They on a daily basis manage the work and steer it in the direction that is needed and make sure that it is aligned with the mission of the HLD-MOS and with the priorities of your chief statistician. So that is so the very top is engaged, but also from all of your experts, we have a whole structure that we make sure that your opinion is heard, because also the chief statisticians know that they are not the experts in HR, they are not the expert in communication. So they need also feedback from the experts in their offices about where they feel they have to be focusing on. So we have a whole set of workshops, data editing, data collection, confidentiality, dissemination and communication, and HMT workshop where we're in now. And they all, what is discussed here, the focus is on innovation or where to go next, as Anne already mentioned, and as you will see in the work program, that all feeds then into, through the capability and communication group, it goes to the HLD-MOS and to the executive board, and ultimately then it ends up in the next year's work program. So it's really important, all of you is the connection from the experts to the highest level to decide what future activities will be done under the HLD-MOS and also in your offices. So you can also use this meeting and the outcome of this meeting within your office to argue that we should invest in this and this area. So also use this workshop and the outcome for your own opportunities. Be opportunistic, because you can really use it to steer the work in your offices if you need to, and to convince mid-level managers to go in a direction, because all the work we decide upon is approved by the chief statisticians of your office. So you have the backing of the highest in your office against anybody in between that tries to block your plans and your ideas. So use it to your advantage, I would say. So now the capability and communication group, I will not say too much because the whole meeting is about it, but we have there a few task teams. One is on market research, digital marketing, and communication strategies. So we have a presentation from a colleague who is leading this work, but it will not be about communication. We had, as I said, 2 weeks ago, the DISCOM dissemination and communication workshop is focused on it. So we leave it out here because here we have the HR specialist. We have had in the past joint meetings because of course internal communication is HR, and communication is very, very important in HR, and also for communication it's important that the training and the HR structures are recognizing it. So we've had back-to-back workshops with a common theme, so maybe in a couple of years we will repeat it as needed. But so they have set up in a few years back, we had a project on the strategic communication framework. They just finished a report on brand and reputation management, which is based on the COVID crisis and how offices often were able to strengthen their brand, to strengthen their value proposition in the countries, because everybody saw how important it was to have independent and objective information about COVID and the impact on society. So, and they also have several other activities to how to measure the impact of communication, strategies to tackle and anticipate disinformation, which is very important now with the COVID, but also with the economic crisis and the war in Ukraine. There's a lot of disinformation, and part of it is also about typical areas of official statistics, of course. And then many other topics, I will not mention all of them, they are being considered. Then we also have the ethical leadership task team. So they deal with business and data ethics. They did a survey, and they also try to build a framework around the GAMSO and GSPM. Again, I will not say too much because we will have a whole session on it or activities on it. So later on it will come. Then what the whole focus will be in the coming days, it's about the future of work task team is one of the major part together with ethics of this workshop. So we have 3 sub-teams there on the future of work toolkits, the job of the future, and the reaching youth. And well, it was said, we have a questionnaire and it will also be presented. So you will see all the results, what the groups are working on and what the results are of the questionnaire in the coming days. Then a little bit of stepping back in the past, what this group has produced. So this group, we now will be speaking mainly because we're mainly forward-looking and looking at the current issues. But of course, in the past, a lot was done by this group. So we have a nice wiki where all of it comes together. So the links are there in the presentation. You can look at it quietly yourself, but we have guidelines for managers. We have guidelines on risk management practice in statistical organization. Maybe it's interesting to mention that from all our products we have in UNECE statistical division, GSBPM and the guidelines on risk management were the most consulted products we had from the whole of the division. So you can see there was, even for something produced in 2016, there was a very high demand in the time of the crisis, because it got by far together with another one on GSBPM, which is some of you might know, but it's definitely, with your methodologists and the statisticians know it very well, these are the top products. So it's good to see that even products from the past are still very relevant today. There were placemates produced, we produced papers and vision on the vision, mission, and TOMS, the target operation models. We had the green paper on developing organizational resilience, all before the COVID, which became very useful during the COVID. Statistical training, a lot of work was done on statistical training. Also, it's not mentioned here. Oh yeah, it's mentioned here, competency profiles for big data. So we also tried to link it back to other activities we had. At the time, we had a big data project. So this group then worked on the competency profiles for team members in big data groups and for team leaders in big data groups. So that's again a sign of how we try to interact everything. But please go to the links that I'm showing here for any further information, because it's simply too much to present everything here. And as I said, this workshop will not deal with the past, but will deal with the current and the future. So you will not see it back here presented. So you will have to go to our website and our wiki spaces. Well, then the final is then we have this group that is trying to progress all the work, but of course we never ever have enough people. And we're having a lot of work to do, especially with COVID and all the changes that we'll be discussing here, from remote working and now having new generations that have very different perspectives about what work is than the old generations. And we have a very high competition in countries like Belgium, Netherlands, and many other countries in Western Europe. For every vacancy, you have less than half the number of how do you call them, applicants, yeah. Solicitants, that's applicants. And so it's a completely different world. We're going from an employee to an employees driven recruitment. So they determine the terms rather than us are determining terms. At least if you want to get them in your office, things have changed completely. So a lot of work we have to do. So I already spoke about a work program. UNECE. So yeah, so if you, it's not important that you have a lot of experience because we jointly develop products. So it's besides giving your expertise, it's also jointly obtaining expertise. So don't think, oh, I'm new, I'm young. If you're young, you're more than welcome because you will be the one with the new ideas. If you're already very experienced, you're very much welcome because we can learn from your experience. And it doesn't matter in which part of the world. The language, of course, has to be English because otherwise we cannot communicate. But except for that, there are no limitations. And I think we always get comments that if we work together in English, there are only comments about the Irish that they can't understand them, but nobody never ever had issues with the English of any other participants. So don't worry about language, that's not an issue. Feel free to join. And also feel free within your office to look for support from your chief statisticians, as I said, because the Conference of the European Statistician also approves our work program. So our work program is approved by your highest chief in your office. So feel strengthened by that to join our work and get support from within your office. And as I said, of course, the focus is on innovation, but yeah, all of us, everybody of us has a innovation mindset anyway, otherwise you wouldn't be here and you wouldn't be in your position in your office. So yeah, all of you would have the capabilities we need in our group. So if you want to join, just give us an email and we set you up. You don't have to be there. We normally have meetings once a month. Sometimes you can't, sometimes you're busy for half a year, you cannot do too much, that's fine. As long as in the end you try to do an effort, you're more than welcome to join. So with that, I think I'll hand it over back to Anna and then you will introduce.
Okay, thank you very much, Take. So as you see, we did a lot, but still there is a lot to do in the future. So as Take said, please join us. We need fresh blood to have new abilities, new people with new ideas. Okay, so let's move to session first. So it will be run by Maria Harley. We are together co-chairs of this mentioned Capabilities and Communication Group. So Maria was appointed Assistant Director General in the Central Statistics Office in 2017 in Ireland, where she's responsible for corporate support functions, including human resources, finance, communications, governance, and legal support. She's a lawyer and a linguist, and has worked both in public and private organizations over a new 30-year career. She has been involved in the Capabilities and Communications Group since 2019 and has a particular interest in issues associated with the recruitment and retention of suitable skilled staff committed to the core values of official statistics. Most recently, in a UNECE context, she has worked on the Future of Work subgroup. So Maria, the floor is yours.
So good morning, everybody. And can I say how absolutely delighted I am to be here in a room physically with people after such a long period of time meeting colleagues virtually. And I'm doubly delighted because this is my very first opportunity to gather physically with colleagues from the Capcom in the HRMT environment. So it's a special delight to see you all. And I'm really looking forward to the very exciting agenda that we have for the next 3 days. This session is a session very much to reflect back to you all the feedback that you gave us when we published a questionnaire earlier this year, attempting to diagnose your experiences of being employers of talent in national statistical organizations through recent tumultuous events. And in the room today, there are 3 of us who will be presenting on behalf of the Future of Work task team, my colleague Pamela Lafferty from the Central Statistics Office in Ireland, and my colleague Nardi Kreins from CBS in the Netherlands, myself, Maria Hurley, and a 4th colleague, and very importantly, the chairperson of the task team on the Future of Work, who unfortunately is unable to join us here today, but who sends his very best regards, and that is Jeremy Vissers. So for Jeremy, or from Jeremy, a big hello, and to Jeremy, a big hello if you're online at the moment. I'll do my best to represent the work of the group. I'm wondering if I could ask, please, for the presentation. It's actually the other presentation. Sorry, you're going to be seeing a bit of me over the coming days. I'm presenting twice today and again tomorrow. So in particular, given Taike's comments about sometimes the difficulty in following the English from Irish delegates, if anybody is having a problem understanding me, do put up your hand and I will try to slow down, or I'm more than happy to repeat myself if that's helpful. How are we doing with the presentation? Just while the presentation is being brought up, I'll explain the structure of this session of the workshop, which will run until approximately 12:15. So I'm going to introduce the Future of Work task team and very briefly summarize the work we undertook during 2020 and 21, which led then into the work that has happened since last year and into this year in 3 sections. The first section will be the focus on the job of the future, which will be presented by my colleague Pamela Lafferty. The next section will be reaching youth, and that does what it says on the tin. It will examine the particular challenges that we as employers are experiencing as we focus forward into the workforce of the future, and the very different dynamic and motivation that is inspiring their appetite for work and their expectations around how they will work in professional services organizations. And then finally, at the end of the session, I will come back in and I will reference the toolkits development work that we undertook last year. And I'll be posing some challenging questions to you. I'll be asking you to reflect and to get ready to give us feedback in the ensuing interactive discussion around your thoughts as to where this work needs to focus next in order to be meaningful and practical and useful for us as employers. And so into the presentation. So we're very much in transition. I could be pessimistic and I could say we're in chaos. Sometimes the difference between chaos and transition is only the managerial effort that we invest in reaching into the situation, attempting to take control of what we can understand and to put shape on how we respond. So we've been through a tumultuous time during the COVID period. Home working had a very dramatic effect on the organization of work, both at the individual level and at the level of the employer. And post-COVID, I think we've realized nothing going forward can be exactly as it was before in terms of the organization and the delivery of work. But how do we build flexible structures for the future that can balance the needs of the employer with the expectations of the employee, whilst very particularly of importance for national statistical organizations, maintaining respect for the fundamental principles that underpin how we do what we do, and protect in particular the guarantee of confidentiality and the highest ethical standards in the delivery of our work. There's a very particular challenge that many of us are already actively dealing with in the context of the employees, the young employees of today and the entire employee cohort of the future, the millennial / the Generation Z employees, knowledge workers who are increasingly telling us that the rigid and inflexible ways of working of the past do not meet their expectations for the future. They are the talent we need to drive us forward competitively, productively. So how do we meet them on their terms whilst trying to bring them along into our community, once again, always working in respect of the fundamental principles? And employee well-being as a focus, which has become an increasing trend and is set to increase in importance over time. How do we introduce acknowledgement of and understanding of the needs and the expectations of our employees as regards their well-being going forward into the future, to ensure that we can nurture them and cherish them in ways that are meaningful and rewarding to them, and that support them to give their best work to us, which ultimately is why we're here. So in 2021, the Capabilities and Communications subgroup, or the task team Future of Work, which comprises the countries you can see here on the screen, began to examine what we had learned from the pandemic experience. And as part of those reflections, we developed a framework to structure how we will respond to post-COVID expectations from our workforces. We developed the framework, or the outline, of 3 toolkits to help us. The first toolkit examined the situation and the challenges facing NSIs as employers. The second toolkit focused at the individual level on how all of the tumultuous developments of the preceding year and 2 years, as it was in 2021, had affected employees, both in their experience of day-to-day working and in their expectations going forward. And the third toolkit, very importantly, focused on the particular challenges that had emerged during the COVID period for line managers who had gone from managing a workforce that was in their line of sight, immediately adjacent to them, to a massively dispersed workforce out of sight, quite often very difficult to connect with, in particular in the early days of the pandemic, whilst remaining under significant pressure to produce outputs. So the employer toolkit, designed to help employers to understand how blended working operational models might best be structured to respond to their needs. So the toolkit signposted the need to have a focus on what the model of hybrid working was going to be. Within that model, what particular legal obligations vest in all of us, in particular as regards the employer's duty of care towards the employee, and other legal obligations that differ by location, by geographic region. Also signposted the need to be mindful of key enablers, in particular in the very early days of the pandemic, what technology-based supports were essential to mean that we could work effectively and efficiently remotely, and what physical supports were required. And from a people and culture dimension, to flag to the employer the importance of focusing on maintaining a sense of organizational values and organizational culture in a widely dispersed organization. The employee toolkit, in turn, was very much focused on identifying the personal dimensions of the new organization of work, and in flagging to employees the various resources that could be made available to help them to thrive in the very challenging environment of remote working. So focusing on how they felt, their mindset, how they behaved, their skills requirements in a remote working environment, and the environment that would be most conducive, given all of the challenges of working outside of a conventional workspace, how they might best adapt their ways of working to find themselves in a place where they could give of their best whilst dealing with all of the challenges of the COVID period. And then the manager toolkit. And as I've already referenced, perhaps the greatest challenge in this new way of working, we believe, is the challenge of leadership and management. Any one of us with best intentions and effort can adapt our way of working individually to the blended or to the hybrid working environment. But how does a manager, trying to have regard to the very diverse needs of a mixed workforce, engage with that entire workforce in ways that are meaningful and that are sufficiently responsive to the needs of the individual and of the collective, to keep the cohesion of their teams going, to continue to empower their teams with a sense of shared culture and common values? It's a significant business challenge, and one that we should not be underestimating. Managers are leaders of people, not just leaders of outputs. And I think everybody in this room will understand and appreciate that. But that's perhaps something that it would be easy to lose sight of in a crisis period. But we cannot allow the exigencies of crisis to take our eye as leaders in the HR space off of that imperative to lead our people well, because our organizations can only be well led when our people, who are the organization, they are the living embodiment of the organization, when our people are well led. And again, in this toolkit, we signposted at the manager level the importance of managers focusing on their mindsets, on their skills requirements in this new world of work, on their behaviors and how meaningful their leadership behaviors would be in giving a sense of continuity and direction to their people and the environment that the managers would need going forward. So those three toolkits now form part of a framework for the future of work, which has been brought together in this document, Toolkits for a Blended Working Environment. And it says here, Output 2021 was the genesis of a handbook for national statistical institutes. that word is used very particularly because the handbook is still quite thin. There's not a huge amount of content in it. The framework has been developed. We put out a call for inputs that could be shared within our community. And we hope over time to build up, using the wiki that Taike has already referenced, to build up a repository of resources that we as a community of NSIs can share to learn from one another's experiences across each of those dimensions: the experience of supporting our people in the future world of work, the experience of supporting our managers in the future world of work, and as employers to understand the particular dynamics and challenges of this future world of work and how we should engage with them. But a key deliverable for us is to continue to populate the framework with more content. And that's one of the things that I'm really hoping by creating energy and interest in the room over these few days in the work of this subgroup, to be able to perhaps source some more content to put onto the wiki so that we can share from our learning with one another. So for 2022 then, in particular, to try to take the toolkits work forward, we split the work of the task team into 3 subgroups: the toolkits work to continue, and 2 new subgroups: future job, a subgroup that would look very particularly at the configuration of the job of the future in professional services organizations generally, but in national statistical institutes in particular. And that's the theme to which Pamela will be speaking today. And then reaching youth, not just as staff, but also with an eye, although perhaps less of a focus in truth, but with an eye on reaching youth as data subjects, because there are also challenges on the statistical sides of our businesses in engaging with that cohort and securing their commitment to be respondents to us in our surveys. And of course, they're a very important cohort. And Nardi Krines from CBS will be speaking to those 2 themes in particular. So just a reminder of our survey, and I know a very good many of you in the room here today did participate in the survey. We received 41 responses, which was fantastic. It far exceeded our expectations. Some were not fully completed, but they were completed where there was a contribution to be made. And all of the survey results are available on the wiki. So it's possible to go in and to actually read the individual responses from each country, although we will be attempting to provide you with an overview of those responses today. As the slide says, they provided the snapshot of pandemic responses to how we would work, the longer term prognosis of our requirements for work as NSIs, and consideration of how we reach the workforce of the future. So in summary, a high proportion of our organizations already have or are very actively developing formal blended working frameworks. In some countries, the development of those frameworks is heavily codified by national legislation applicable to civil or public service bodies, and that may be restrictive or it may be enabling. It depends on the country. But inevitably, it appears that some level of blended or hybrid or remote working is a component of the future organization of work. There's no avoiding it, so we need to engage constructively with it. We're not all approaching it holistically. We don't need to. Our national environments are different, but there are certain common challenges and themes. And in particular, important that we understand that simply changing where we work without understanding the necessary changes in how we work is a real risk for us. There is a particularly patchy focus on employee well-being that came through very strongly in the surveys, and I think it's a theme that's worthy of further consideration over these few days. And also the issue of how we protect our very particular national statistical culture and the core values that underpin the way we work into the future. Again, very important. So it's not just our world that's changed, it's the world that has changed. And of course, sadly, for the times that we're living in, actively continues to change. The future is very uncertain. What we do know is that the expectations of our people are evolving. Money as an incentive to work, of course, is important, but values and meaningfulness in work, in particular for the younger workforce, is equally important. And we have extensive survey data to evidence that. How we have worked previously is not the way we will work successfully into the future. So for us as HR specialists, we need to understand what are the challenges ahead and how are we going to engage with them. A few questions for you to ponder as we go into the next presentations. From your national perspectives, what are the key challenges or opportunities that you associate with the future of work? As official statisticians, we require people with very high levels of technical skills To what extent do we think that our core values of official statistics bring obligations or opportunities as we engage in the battle for talent? And how should those core values underpin our marketing offer to the employees of the future? And the challenge of connecting with youth. The workforce of the future has different expectations and requirements to the workforce of the past. How do we come to terms with that, and how do we adapt our recruitment, our lifelong learning and our retention approaches to ensure that we hold the best talent, or for the time that we hold good talent, we give them a good experience so that we get the best from them. And even if our people move on in the future, that they perpetuate an understanding of the importance and the significance of national statistics and official statistics. Finally, does the fact that we exist as part of, I think this is finally anyway, does the fact that we exist as part of a broader international ecosystem of national statistical organizations linked by shared fundamental principles of official statistics offer us a particular opportunity to come together and to cooperate in mapping out the future of work? So we can't keep on doing what we've done before. We have a very particular professional context that can be a tremendous advantage to us. We do understand that the same recruitment and retention challenges that affect other professional services organizations affect us, but can we identify unique hooks to make us an attractive employer and then to increase stickiness of our good people when we do get them? And who is our future talent pool? So, diagnostics and talking about the problem, narrating the problem is always easy. We're here to try and focus on solutions. We want you over the course of the next few presentations to reflect whether our subgroups are focused on the right questions. Where do you think our work should focus its priority for the coming year of work? And a call to action, as Taike has already put out to you all. We can't do this on our own. At the moment, we're a very small group of people doing the very best we can off the side of the desk alongside the rest of the day job. More hands on deck will improve the quality and in particular the representation in the discussions that we're having. And in a world of ED&I, equality, diversity and inclusion, I think representation in this work in particular is very important. We would very much like to broaden the national spectrum of those who are involved. So without further ado, having profiled what we have focused on, let us really get into the detail of telling you what you have told us in the responses to the questionnaire. So could I invite Pamela Lafferty now to deliver her presentation on the future of work, job of the future. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you for the nice intro, Maria. So she kind of stole some of my thunder for later on. So, and I didn't understand what Taike was saying. It must be your accent or something, I think. So if I do, if I am speaking too fast, please do let me know. So I'm just waiting for my presentation to be brought up here, but as Maria said, it is fantastic to be here in the room. I think Nardi said to me earlier that we had met 20 times online, so it's nice to actually meet in person here today. So I'm going to talk about, okay, here's my presentation coming now. So I'm going to talk about the job of the future. So Maria kind of led into this. So we've had the pandemic, we've had the remote working, the blended working, all of the crises, the energy crisis, and so on. So can we not just sit back now and take it easy and just, you know, relax for a little while? But the answer to that is no, because we've yet another challenge on the horizon. And I'm going to focus a lot on that in my presentation today. So, okay. So what I'll speak about today is three things: why, what, and where to. So why should we be concerned about the job of the future? What are the things that we should be looking at or considering in relation to the job of the future? I'm just trying to slow myself down. I just became aware of it. But so why should you be thinking about this? what did we learn? So we had a questionnaire which went out to 41 countries, and we got some really interesting responses. So what did we learn, and what did that tell us about where we need to go next? So, okay, so when we talk about why, so Generation Z have different requirements of the workplace. So this particular group are digital savvy, place more of a, I suppose, an emphasis on work-life balance. So they would take less pay for more flexibility. They do want to work anywhere, anytime, but also they want to have a culture that in an organization that they really like. And so sometimes these things sort of, almost bang heads, because if I'm working anytime, anywhere over here, and you're working anytime, anywhere over there, how will we ever come together and create that culture? They also like to work for public good, which is good news for NSIs, but also for, an organization that has, corporate social responsibility right up there with everything else it does. So very different to the generations that maybe already work in your organization. And I suppose just to say about Generation Z, it's predicted that they're only about 5% of the workforce at the moment. So we're only beginning to experience the impact of this particular group. So we should also consider the future of work, because we're in a very competitive market for skills. So when you think about the industries, the areas that data analytics was in 10 years ago, it was minute compared to almost every industry. Every organization wants metrics, wants to know how much they're selling. They want to know about their business so that they can take that competitive edge. So we're now in competition, not just with other organizations that were traditionally involved in data, but we're now in competition with the private sector, who tends to have much deeper pockets than the public sector. So, these are things that we need to consider, and actually the values of Generation Z really speak to public good and NSI. So that's a positive, I suppose, from our perspective. Also, the pace of change. And I've put here a quote by Justin Trudeau. So some of my Canadian colleagues might be delighted to see this, but he said at the World Economic Forum in Davos in 2018, and it's a statement that has stuck with me, because I think it has turned out to be very, very true. He said that the pace of change has never been this fast, and yet it will never be this slow again. So almost like he had a crystal ball to see what was coming, the pandemic, how it would push us to change and to think outside the box in terms of how we deliver as NSIs. So they're the main reasons why I think we need to think about the job of the future. Okay, so as Maria said, we went out to survey countries. We got 41 responses. Some were more detailed than others, but the information I've summarized here on the topics that we looked at. So recruitment and retention. So I suppose before we went out to get the information, anecdotally, we all felt we had a retention problem. We felt that people were leaving the organization. When we went out to the 41 countries, what we found was, in actual fact, NSIs have a lower rate of turnover than what would be considered the norm, which is about 10%. So the only country that seemed to have a retention issue was the UK, and the ONS, the Office of National Statistics, which is their NSI, they had pretty standard turnover rates for those aged over 25, but under 25, their turnover rate was north of 30%. So really the first and the only country in the data that we could see that was really beginning to experience this effect, I suppose, of Generation Z. Just one sec there. In relation to recruitment strategies, then a lot of countries and a lot of NSIs had kind of regulations or policies which they had to follow. And so there wasn't a huge amount of freedom in some countries to push things outside the box or to get onto, social media platforms or LinkedIn. And what we saw from the recruitment strategies was that the platforms that a lot of NSIs were on are not the platforms that Generation Z are now engaging with. So that was another interesting item to come out of it. Interestingly enough as well, actually, in relation to retention, no NSI said that they had a problem with recruitment, but they did, when they spoke about retention, speak about low salaries as, a reason why people don't come to them. So interesting results. And I suppose summarize that NSIs do not appear to have an issue with recruitment or retention, with the exception of the UK. So then induction was the next topic that we looked at. And here we wanted to find out what kind of induction programs that NSIs actually had, how did they differ, and what could we learn from each other? And I suppose what we did find was the vast majority, almost every NSI had some form of induction program. Some varied, in terms of the depth or the breadth that they got into, but they were generic. So they were appealing to the generation. So they were appealing to those north of 50, the same way they were appealing to those under 25. So they weren't kind of focusing on maybe the things that would attract or would keep somebody in an organization. So, having, leave or parental leave, having, a great pension is not something that somebody under 25 is particularly concerned about, and certainly not Generation Z at this point. So they want to come into an organization with flexibility, with work-life balance, with, the ability to take days where they're not feeling themselves, or mental health days, things like that are what attract Generation Z. So that was quite interesting. The other point that was very interesting is that they were almost all very reliant on the line manager. And therefore, the quality of the induction process or the induction program that you got was very dependent on your line manager. So the quality would vary based on the ability or the interest of the line manager. So that was induction. The next thing we moved on to was stay interviews. So stay interviews are almost the opposite of exit interviews, and they're not a concept that many NSIs were very familiar with. In fact, most mix them up with exit interviews, but almost in the same way that you asked why somebody was leaving your organization, you flipped the coin and said, why do you stay? What are the things that really attract you to this organization? And what would have to change for you to consider leaving this organization? And in that way, informing themselves of, what it is I need to really capitalize on to keep people in my organization. So some countries like the ONS in the UK had put some questions, I think it was 5 questions, and I put them into the report, which I'll circulate to you later on, into their performance management system. So when they were meeting their staff, or when they were, thinking about asking them how they were getting on or assessing their performance, they also asked them 5 questions about why they stayed in the organization and what it was about the organization that they were particularly attracted to. So kind of felt that this was a nice place to put it. Performance management is something that's picked up at the start of the year, the middle of the year, and the end of the year generally. So nice opportunities to ask people about their experience. Okay, so the next one, is exit interviews. So most people do this in some sort of format, or most NSIs do this in one format or another. And interestingly enough, people said that they felt that low salary was the main reason that people left. So that was one item, but maybe a little bit more positive for NSIs, who are generally cannot affect the pay that their staff receive. It's usually decided by central policy, but more said they left for better opportunities, for more meaningful work, for flexible working arrangements, or training opportunities. So here, this was quite interesting, because low salary is always the first reason that we go to or that we cling to, and it's almost a comfort because there's nothing that we really can do about it, or very little we can do about it. But here was some room for improvement for NSIs, ways that you could work on to actually develop to increase the likelihood of retaining your staff. So can you do something about better career opportunities? Can you make work more meaningful? You know, can you enable the organization to have more flexible working arrangements? And I suppose now, and with the, I suppose the pandemic, most of us, or a fair proportion of us, have engaged in some sort of flexible working arrangements. So you would hope that we've begun to make progress on that one in particular. And then training opportunities, which is interesting because it's a big part of our conference here today as well. So that was exit interviews, and then attracting younger staff. What was very interesting, I felt, about attracting younger staff, while on the one hand, people said the reason most people leave is because of low salary. When we asked what was it that you do to attract younger staff, people said, oh, salary. So it was quite a contradiction in terms, because on the one hand, you're attracting people in with the salary, and on the other hand, they're leaving because of the salary. So it was quite interesting, and interesting as well because salary is not the main driver of Generation Z. They're more interested in your organization and in what you do and how you carry out your work. So quite interesting in terms of attracting younger staff. The outcome there was we found quite interesting as a group. So then equality, diversity and inclusion. So here we asked, what kind of policies or initiatives do you have in relation to equality, diversity and inclusion? And I suppose here there was a lot of kind of diversity, if you like, between what some NSIs had and what others had. So some were very progressed, had equality, diversity and inclusion initiatives, policies, e-learning modules, so really active in this way. Others were meeting the minimum standard of maybe some sort of central policy. 15 countries had no policy or initiative in place. So quite a range of approaches here to equality, diversity and inclusion. And when we think of how important it is, and I suppose if I was to go back to the recruitment strategies for a moment, you know, NSI say that they don't have a recruitment problem, but what about the diversity of the pool that they actually bring into the organization? So are they you know, sticking to one cohort, or are they broadening their pool and trying to bring in more diversity into the workplace and to benefit from the result of that? So quite an interesting area also. Then we had flexible working arrangements. So obviously we've come off, well, I don't know, are we over it, but we've certainly come through a huge period where we've gone from being fully remote. But certainly in Ireland, we've gone from being fully remote to coming into the office 2 days a week. And this was certainly something that most countries had engaged in. So the majority of respondents, so 26 countries, had arrangements or policies in place. 6 had no policies arrangements in place, while 6 countries didn't reply. So the NSIs, I suppose, took a range of approaches to this, some more mature than others. So it kind of started that you had flexible start times or flexible leaving times, or others were far more mature. So if you take New Zealand, for instance, you can apply to work for 6 months in another country for the NSI. So I could work for the NSI or Statistics New Zealand while I'm living in Ireland or France or wherever it might be. Now, I'm sure there are rules and regulations associated with that, but very much the other end of the spectrum. Other arrangements which are detailed in the report include things like, you know, location independence. So you can work in any of our offices around the country if you wish to. You also had a lot of countries who were doing, like we do in Ireland, 2 days, minimum of 2 days on site and 3 days or up to 3 days at home. So quite a variety here as well. And then flexible work practices. I've only just realized now that it's quite difficult to read off that color, but I'll read it out anyway. So flexible working practices. So 19 countries have flexible work practices. And these were the examples of these that we got in the questionnaire were things like project work, that people weren't, set out on their own doing one particular job, that they were working as part of a team in a project. Then there was cross-functional work where people from across different parts of the organization were working together to achieve an objective. There was agile work, autonomous teams. So quite a number of different practices, but not every country were engaging in flexible work practices, but some to some extent. So I think here we could learn a lot from those who are more mature. I've no idea how I'm doing for time. Okay. So I'm moving on to where to next. And actually, interestingly enough, I kind of summarized this before we go into it, but how can national statistical institutes anticipate the future? Like, if you were to ignore all of those things that I've written up there, what are the key things that you could do to attract Generation Z? And if your focus is attracting Generation Z, our research suggests that the focus should be on equality, diversity, and inclusion initiatives, work-life balance, and corporate social responsibility. That those are the three areas that are key to delivering Generation Z, or key to attracting them. If you're interested in retaining the staff that you already had, our research shows or suggests that focusing on stay interviews and flexible working arrangements are key to keeping the people that you already have. But if we were to take the kind of key themes that out of the questionnaire in terms of where to next, the first thing is recruitment. So guidance on recruitment strategies which could be engaged to attract different generations of workers. So if I'm in my mid-30s, I might be more interested in, practices that are arrangements that are available for maybe flexible working, for, maybe being able to take parental leave. If I'm in my 50s, I'm probably more concerned about, a stable pension and the outcome that comes with that. If I'm in my 20s, which I wish I was still in my 20s, but if I was in my 20s, I'm more interested in all the things that we've spoken about. So maybe we should think about the strategies or the recruitment strategies that we need to engage to attract a range of people to our NSIs. Induction. So here, provide guidelines on how to engage all generations during the induction program. And I also think here as well, because the role of the line manager is so important, that training and upskilling and engaging with the line manager in advance of engaging in induction is also really important. In terms of interviews, offer examples of stay and exit interview questions and guidance on how to use both effectively. So there is no point, or there's nothing worse than giving your information or collecting information and leaving it sit on a pile on a table or in a folder. And we've probably all been guilty of it to some extent in our careers, but there's nothing more frustrating to a respondent that they give you information and you get nothing back in return. So here, what kind of questions should we ask? And then what should the follow-up be? How can we respond, or what are the things that we could do to improve the situation? So then equality, diversity, and inclusion. And here I think, and I mentioned a maturity model in the last point as well, but here the range of initiatives, the range of things that national statistical institutes are doing is so broad that it really does cry out for a maturity model. So that if I'm in the very early stages of developing, I can benefit from the experience, from the lessons learned of people who are far more mature in terms of this area. So here it's offer guidance on the development of policies or initiatives, because if you're starting from zero, from having nothing, it's very difficult when you look at somebody who's at the other end of the model to think, how will I ever get there? But using a maturity model is probably something that would be very beneficial. In terms of flexible work as well and arrangements, develop a maturity model here, because we're all in very different spaces. We've all very different experiences, but the one thing that we can do as a group is engage and learn from each other. And I think that we could very much present this in the form of a maturity model, not putting, for example, Ireland at the bottom or someone else, but sharing the types of experiences and the journey, the start of the journey in general, for that people can take, and deciding where they are on that range. And then, yeah, arrangements to assist NSIs to develop. So almost like we develop the toolkits for organizations. Could we do something similar on these particular initiatives? So sorry, I know I spoke really fast, but I've actually come to the end, and I think I can open the floor for questions. Yeah, so I can open the floor for questions if anybody has any questions.
So if you have a question, you can just put up your hand or take the floor or put your sign up if there are many multiple questions. So don't be afraid to take the floor.
There's one beside you. Oh no.
Yeah, thanks very much, Pamela. Very interesting, even though I had a sneak preview of the content. I have a question about something that I don't think came through that much in the questionnaire, but from my perspective in the toolkits, I'm very interested in, and it's the question of whatever about the generic employment expectations of Gen Z, you know, equality, diversity and inclusion, corporate social responsibility, flexibility and working practices, whatever about that, what is the unique attraction point for NSIs? You know, if you're a young graduate or a student considering their post-graduation career options, outside of those generic factors that any employer will have to offer you if you're Gen Z, what is it about our organizations that we could or should leverage to draw them in? And obviously, because you know me and you know my areas of interest, I'm thinking about culture and values or anything associated with that. Or is that actually moot? Does it not matter? Do all of the generic characteristics trump the specific attraction of working for an NSI?
I think that culture and values are actually extremely important in the mix. I think that, you know, that Gen Z put culture right up there with the other things, that there are other expectations. But I suppose if I was to say one thing that would appeal to Gen Z, I would say it's our public good nature. And I think that COVID-19 has raised the profile of NSIs in the majority of countries, because without the data from NSIs, you know, would governments have been able to make evidence-based decisions? And I think that it's definitely raised our profile. But when I speak to the new people who come into our organization, you know, bordering on Gen Z, you know, some of them say to me, you know, I always wanted to work for the public sector. I always wanted to, you know, do my duty, which, you know, I find a little bit surprising, but also quite comforting to know that that they do want to work for public good. So I think it's really about that kind of selling those points. And I think very much the things that appeal to Generation Z are different to the other generations. And that's why the message, I think, has to be a little bit different. But I think public good is our trump card when it comes to Generation Z. And it's about selling that point as well. Okay.
Yeah, maybe just to add that indeed for the public good, especially because a lot of Generation Z and new generation, they want to work, for example, on SDGs rather than working on how can we make more profit in an organization. So they want to have, of course, it's very important that we have all this data because they can work on data. They also have data at private companies, but in our case, the data is in general for public good and for what is in their daily concerned life, what they have. It's about SDGs, environment, so because they can actually produce statistics for good. So that's a good selling point we can have.
And I think what we can do in NSIs is kind of maybe, you know, maybe it's going to take a little bit of restructuring the roles to make sure that everybody has a little bit of that, has a little bit of the work that they feel is meaningful to them. So it's quite a change, and I think quite a challenge as well for the organization, because you have to consider how will Generation Z fit in with the other generations as well. So it's not just about attracting them, but how do you keep a happy organization and a productive organization going when you have such different generations working side by side? So quite interesting, more interesting and challenging times ahead for us, I think. So thank you.
So we do have another presentation following immediately from the last one, but I'm very conscious it's difficult for any audience to sit still and only listen for a long period. So could I invite everybody now to take maybe just 30 seconds to please stand up. And we'll do a stretch. And maybe we'll just do a quick wiggle round, loosen out the bones, and sit down again. And I promise you, after the next presentation, we'll give you coffee. But before that, you need not have any fear that you're going to fall asleep and slump forward onto the desks, because the next presentation is on the very exciting topic of reaching the very youth we've just been talking about. And youthfully enough, we have Nardi Crines from CBS about to take the floor. So Nardi, you're very welcome.
Yes, good morning, everyone. And good morning, good afternoon, or good evening if you're joining through Teams or through Stream. Yeah, my name is Nardi Crines, as Maria introduced me, and I'm from Statistica Netherlands. And today I'm here as a representative of the Reaching Youth team, which we've done work on what NSIs are currently doing on how to target youth. So yeah, for the upcoming 20 minutes, I'm focusing on these 4 points. So first of all, why are we reaching youth? And this is from two perspectives. So first of all, why is this group created, a separate subgroup of the future of work? But also, why should we focus on youth from a NSI point of view? Then we've set out some objectives for our team, looked into the findings and the trends that we found, and ultimately looking into, what future areas of research do we want to explore for the upcoming years. And here we are also very interested in what you guys, of course, think of this. So why then are we reaching youth? Well, there are a couple of points actually. So first of all, it is our duty, of course, as NSIs to inform policymakers and to inform citizens about statistics and facts. So we need to stimulate their data usage, but also their statistical literacy. Next to this point, maybe even more important, we see that there is this clear relation between existing communication strategies that we are, of course, very good at as NSIs, but we see that youth are actually utilizing these non-traditional media sources like social media, for example. And in this case, we are often not yet that strong, or at least implementation is lacking for us as NSIs. All right, so next to that, these are actually 3 points, and Pamela also mentioned this very briefly. So there is a diversity, a shift in need, and also a digital world. And these 3 also have a correlation with one another. So for example, if we look at the digital world, we see that our world is changing politically, economically, and also environmentally. So that means that the data landscape in which we are collecting data also changes. Next to that, if we look at the shift in need, because our population is becoming more diverse, we get way more different questions, and we need more, there is more need for actual facts and actual statistics. So in this case, this also adds to the complexity of reaching youth and reaching these new generations. And finally, there was also previously mentioned already, but there is a very low response rate in the youth cohort if we compare it to other cohorts. So this was also a very important point why we decided of, well, maybe we should have a separate group that focuses on reaching youth. So ergo, generally Generation Y and especially beyond, so Generation Z and younger, use non-traditional media sources. They often have their own language and they are comparatively critical. And these things actually create a mismatch within the communication strategy that we have in place as NSIs compared to what youth are actually doing. So therefore we decided we need to target youth separately. So I wanted to spend a little bit more time on this because the communication strategy consists of separate strands, but I want to show you with an example, a practical example of an NSI. It's maybe the CBS. So we looked at a couple of social media pages that we use as CBS. So here in black, you see that we are very prominent on Twitter. For example, we have 20 tweets per week. And if you look at the others, for example, Instagram, LinkedIn, or YouTube, we have relatively low reach compared to what we have at Twitter. So if you look at what they do, and they refer to as in youth, Affix market research show that youth between 15 and 19 years of age actually use most prominently YouTube, so 9 and 10, and Instagram. And if you look at Facebook and Twitter, which is less heavily used, and there is evidence that suggests that as the generations become more younger, or if you look at younger people, this diversion is only becoming bigger. So are we actually then reaching our youth? Well, CBS has a pretty big following on Twitter. For example, we have almost 125K followers as of now, and we have 31K impressions per week. But if you look at Instagram or YouTube, yeah, our following is just, yeah, very, very small there. So what I want to say is this right column here could make a lot of sense if you look at the population as a whole. But if you look at that this is social media and especially heavily used within youth, then you could say that we are very good at the things that they are not using, and we are not that good at things that they are utilizing very much. So this is a practical example of one of the communication strategies, or at least one of the parts that we looked into. But now let's look at the objectives that we set out to do. So we targeted 3 different strands within our group. So we first looked at the communication strategy as a whole, specifically targeted at youth. Then we looked into youth as a data user, so their statistical literacy and how do we boost their statistical literacy as a whole. And then finally, youth as a data source, so as a data supplier to create statistics on. And this was, of course, the research is done on what we are doing currently, so what we are doing as NSIs. So I will go over these 3 separately in terms of findings and of trends. So first of all, let's look at the communication strategy. Well, we see that only some NSIs see youth as a separate target group within our communication strategy, and even less have custom strategy or tactics in place. Now, of course, these are very abstract words, so some and even fewer, but it is, of course, very subjective to the NSI that you're asking. And also what I should mention here is that, yeah, of course, we as NSIs know that youth is a separate cohort, but there is only very little detail if we look at the actual communication strategy. And if you look at the methods that we utilize to target these youth, they are actually overrepresented within the survey. So we see that a lot of methods are already being utilized, but if you look at what we set out to do in a strategy, then this is not often clear. So there is sort of this mismatch between what we are doing and what we set out to do in the objectives. So I thought that was a really interesting finding, which I also wanted to share here, and maybe also to give you some food for thought for the later sessions that we have later this morning. So then we have youth as a data user, I should say. And here we also see that there are a lot of various methods and activities found to increase statistical literacy. This was actually the most reported part of the survey for us of reaching youth. So we see a variety of different things that were included, like lessons material specific for high schools. We see statistical competitions, we see career fairs, open days. We see so many different things that we are utilizing, which is of course a very good thing, that we decided to create our first deliverable, which is the Reaching Youth repository. This is also on the UNECE Wikipedia page. So if you want to have access, Taki, maybe I can send them to you. So the repository is, or we created a Reaching Youth repository, and here we listed all of the different methods and activities that we are utilizing to boost statistical literacy. So on the right, you have a couple of examples. And what we did is, we created it on a wiki page, and there is a pretty clear overview, I would say, of what we are doing, how we are doing it, and what are the key benefits of this method and of these activities. So I would advise you to request access to this and maybe look at this with your team, even if it's just only once, but to see if you can get some insights from this. So it's not only the things that were reported by your NSI, but also of the other NSIs by all the respondents that Maria just explained. So moving on, we also have some very clear highlights and so like the key benefits that were reported. And one of these was an example by the CSO. So they, for the first time ever, have evidence that youth and teachers are actually coming to them for more information. And this is for the first time ever that the tables were actually turned for them. So I think this is very comforting evidence for the rest of us that there is some, some greater benefit at the end of the tunnel. So the reason that they have this, as they say, is that they are now, statistics is now becoming a really important part for examination. So they are doing research projects at school, but also examination questions, and where they have to interpret certain statistics or have to read a story which is on statistics. And then based on that, have to draw their own conclusions. And if that's within the examination, then of course, students and teachers are coming towards them for, hey, could you explain more on your methodology? Or could you explain why statistics is more important? So it's a really cool finding that the CSO actually had. I think most of us would be jealous of, that they are actually coming towards them for more information. And maybe even to round that up, so the takeaways is that we already do various things. We have key highlights as well. Or maybe we should also focus on obtaining feedback from teachers and from students so that we can further specify what methods are most important to reach these youth. And also this translates back, of course, to other regions. So if we can make sure that students understand why statistics and facts are important, then that would also mean that they are more inclined to fill in a survey, for example, as they are targeted as well as a data source or as a data supplier. So finally, youth as a data source. Here we also see that we utilize already a variety of different modes and different channels to gain data from youth. But this was actually the part of the survey where we received a lot of blanks, a lot of unknowns, a lot of question marks as well. And also because of the low response rate, this is still very much a gray area to us as a whole. Now, the third point here is that this is kind of the link between the first and the second point. So because we use a variety of different modes, we still have a low response rate. So what do? We try to experiment with different modes, different channels and focus groups. We try out different sequences. And here, however, there are reports of certain limitations because this is, of course, very costly. It's very time costly as well. So we already agree beforehand on some return on investment if we have some findings already. So some advice would be here to maybe even collaborate here and to go the extra mile and see how much more we can actually extract from these experiments. Now, and of course, also a reason for this low response rate is, of course, that we have certain barriers in place and also legislation. For example, almost all the NSIs report of parental consent and maybe even other barriers that are often in place on why it is so hard to reach reach youth, especially Generation Z. And lastly, I mentioned this a little bit beforehand, but we are missing some serious information on validation criteria because we do utilize different modes, different channels, but actual validation on what is the most effective is often still missing. So this was also a very big gray area within the survey. So now I will mention briefly room to grow. How am I doing? Yeah, still good? Yeah, all right, that will work. So room to grow for each of the three different strands of research that we had. So for the communication strategy, we think that market research, especially from the viewpoint of the NSI, would provide a lot of benefit to all of us. So if we collaborate internationally, we could also learn from each other's findings and each other's implementations, especially on how we should target youth. The work that we did currently is a first step towards that, but we also invite you to maybe work together and even joining this group, as I am currently here, and just as you guys for this year. But I think it would be good if we see each other more often and align more often, because as we saw previously, the world is continuously changing. So I think it would be good if we could align more easily and more frequently with one another. So room to grow for the data user, so youth as a data user. Here we also see that we should have some clear indication on how we measure effectiveness of these different modes. So we already do a lot of things, but what modes are most effective in what kind of context? So we could, for example, if we have these validation criteria, provide sets of modes, of methods to implement regarding the budget or the time constraints of an NSI or other resources, and have a specific set of methods advised to them in regards to their objective. And also, we of course very curious to see what you guys think, because you have your own skill set, your own experience at your own unique NSI. Maybe this presentation can also give some input to you. So we are very interested at 11:30, I believe, we have a meeting and a brainstorm on what you think is the next step for us as a group. Then finally, room to grow for the youth as a data source. So here we also see that we should provide more information and more time to experimentation. And here I will say it again, universal guidelines would make a lot of sense, because if we look at the youth from a communication perspective, they're actually becoming more homogeneous across the youth cohort because of globalization, because of social media usage. From a communication point of view, they're actually becoming more alike to one another. So regional differences and continent differences even don't matter that much anymore as it did 20 years ago, let's say. So that means then that we can deal with legislation and other barriers in kind of a similar way, whether that's from one continent or another. And also, I will say development of new methods and protocols should also be an interesting part that we should further explore. And an example of this is that some NSIs, I think also from Southern America, reported that they do these different polls and infographics to which youth can respond to through social media, for example. And they see that, of course, this is not a valid way to build statistics, but it is a new way on how to target these youth. And I think it's a valid approach to try and think of non-traditional media sources as they are using as well. So maybe we should also come up with non-traditional sources on how to extract data from them. So future areas of research, I already talked about this a little bit. So we are very curious to know what you guys think of the future subjects. And I personally think, and our group as well, that it's very worthwhile to share resources and methods in an international context, whether that's through UNECE or on collaborations. So once again, how do we keep in touch? Because I am here this year, you are also here, but I think it would be very good if we online more frequently on this topic. So my final slide is youth is our next blank. And what I mean by this is that youth is our next colleague, they are our next adolescent, they're our next data supplier, our next data user, but also our next manager and our next citizen. So what I want to say by this is that we shouldn't take our position as an NSI take for granted, but we should actively try to consider how we stay relevant, especially for our youth. So thank you. Oh yeah, it's yeah. If you have a Q&A, yeah. So the floor is open for questions. Yeah, yeah, Pamela.
Thanks. So obviously I've been working with Nardi on this group, but I think what's really interesting is the market research around youths. So we know what NSIs think, but it'd be interesting to see if the thoughts and how you know the younger generation feel are aligned to how we feel that they feel. And the other thing I thought was that I wonder, are younger people who rely more on, say, YouTube, more likely to be influenced by fake news and alternative facts than, let's say, you know, the more regulated platforms? And I suppose it means that really engaging with them and getting involved with them is all the more important if that is the case. And I don't know if you found any evidence of that. Thank you.
Yeah, so yeah, I think there is a lot of overlap between our groups. We of course talked about this previously, but yeah, I think there is more need for actual facts, because through YouTube or TikTok wasn't even mentioned on this platform on the slides here, but there is sort of this almost unclear notion that what is actual statistics and what is actual facts. So for example, the CSO actually does a very good job at this, that they give lectures to youth on what is actual statistics. So for example, always look at the source of a report that you're reading and stuff like that. So to coming back to your question, I think it's very important, yes, to make sure, and even now, that we have concrete information on what are facts and what is just another somebody rambling on Facebook, for example. Yeah, Maria.
Now we're at risk of talking in an echo chamber if it's only Nardi and Pamela and I, so I really would encourage other questions from the floor. But Nardi, I was very taken, almost at the end of your presentation, you referred to what I'll describe as polling youth using social media, and you did call out, and quite reasonably so, that from an official statistics perspective, we would not consider those data outputs to be statistically valid or methodologically sound necessarily. But there is a value in them. And again, to talk to the CSO Ireland experience, it was a Rubicon that we crossed, or a big decision that we made during the pandemic period for the first time ever, to conduct what we described as pulse surveys of the population, where we did quick and dirty temperature test type surveys, which in an otherwise perfect environment, we would never have associated ourselves with, but we felt, given the pace of change through the pandemic and the dramatic fluctuations in public sentiment, that it was important to try to take the temperature at various junctures on critical issues of public interest. So we compromised our principles, in effect, to the good of insight. And I think that that's the word. Producing statistically valid data is our core function. But data, if it's not timely, topical, and relevant, has no value to the end user. So there is a value in saying we will source some data. It may be imperfect, but it can give a snapshot in time representation of the sentiment associated with an issue. And there is a value in that, even though it's not an official statistic. And I think if we're trying to connect with this youth cohort in particular, Nardi, that type of approach is very relevant. You need the hook to get them to come to you as a data source. And then when you have their eyeballs, you can begin to educate them about the real meaning of official statistics and the validity of working with data that can be verified, that can be reproduced, where the methodology is accessible and transparent. So we would be fully supportive of that approach. And I think it's something that we definitely want to explore doing more.
Yeah, thank you. Maybe if I have,
I would like just to comment that your presentation was really good.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you very much. And after that, I can easier understand my son, who is 23 years old. He has been working for 1 year, and from time to time, I couldn't understand him, as I'm in the point of view of the employer. He is a very young employee, so thanks to you, I think that I can understand him more. And of course, newcomers to our office. Thank you very much.
Oh, thank you. It's a very big compliment. Thank you. Yeah.
Is anybody from the floor? If not, I have any more. Yeah, also, I think there's also a change now. Yeah, two questions. One is a bit related to, for example, disability. So nothing about us without us. So to what extent have officers already really engaged with young generations in focus groups, whatever set up? That is one question. The second is a bit of a remark about that the new generations are also changing the whole statistical landscape, because they live online and everything they do is measured by census, electricity usage, transport, everything. So also more and more the need for surveys is less, because people make an imprint digitally, so you can collect the information in a different way, and they live online, they live electronically. So also there will be a shift in how we collect information in the future, and they are the first ones that live like that. So
yeah, those are fair points. Yeah, to come back to the first question, which was on the different methods that we already are using. So there was some reports, for example, when I first read it, I was also kind of taken aback, but there was also some NSI's reported collaboration with influencers. When you first read that, you said statistics based on influencer information, but still it is a good way and a non-traditional source that you can utilize to really help benefit statistical literacy through these new communication sources. Because let's be honest, an influencer can be a channel for your bigger audience. And coming back to the second point, which was on
the other one is also if there are also focus groups to get information from the youth, what they feel is important in their job and what their life is about. So rather than collecting statistics, also involve them directly, asking about their opinion. Have there been any exercises like that?
Yeah, this is still I think the experimentation part was mainly on these kind of questions. And we saw a lot of blanks and a lot of gray areas, but there are definitely some NSIs that are very much active in doing focus groups and even checking, for example, even more details on what kind of sequence for what kind of modes work best. So there is some information that NSIs are definitely doing this, but we saw just a lot of question marks and a lot of blanks throughout this part of the survey. That answers your question a little bit, hopefully.
Yeah, so it's also in our work, we have to make sure that we also feed back to them. If you want to recruit, you also need input from them. What do we need to recruit you? And that we have to put in rather than doing a survey or something. So we have to involve them more directly.
I don't know how to put up my hand back here, so I'll just speak. I think there's 2 points that you raised, Nerdy, that I think are worth exploring when we're thinking about sort of the future work we want to do here and what we want to dig deeper into. And you raised them quite well, and Maria and Pamela as well with the questions you asked. So one is that focus on, we need to attract youth, but we also want them to believe in data first, right? That's how we attract them. We're doing a lot of work. I have a colleague at Statistics Canada at Claudius and Martin who's doing incredible work around promoting data. We call it data abilities workshops. So getting people to become more data savvy and data literate. And I think that a byproduct of that is that it's influencing and encouraging youth to be, participating in statistics, right? And looking at sources of truth. So I think that would be an interesting theme to pursue on how we can build that foundation and then in turn translate that into attracting future workforces. And then the second is this concept you raised about influencers. During our last census, I'm not sure if we were using influencers, but we were certainly using people to help amplify, getting Canadians to respond to the census. And I think that there is something to that we ought to explore, and how that then translates again back to, recruiting and retaining talent, where they start to see statistical agencies as exciting and, modern and timely and relevant. Some of which is happening right through social media and some of the things that you raised. So I think that those would be 2 really interesting concepts to dig into further. Obviously, we don't want to get into influencers in the typical sense of how influencers are used today, but that amplification approach and how do we get that buy-in? So yeah, I just wanted to pull those 2 points out because I think they're super relevant to where we want to go.
Yeah, I think that's a very good summary, because also if you get them excited about statistics, then it will also, of course, translate to other areas. So if they know what statistics are and why they are important, then they're also maybe more inclined to fill in a survey or another different form of how to reach youth as a data source. So thank you.
So thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you.
So this is high time for coffee break. I think that we can meet again at, let's say, 10 past 11, and Elena will give us details.
Yes. So one first things, if you are a smoker, please note that EFTA is a pre-smoke environment. So if you need to light on your cigarette, you have to go out from the building. First things. The coffee break is taking place at the cafeteria. Those that have allergies, specific allergies, they can come to me. I can then show what is right and wrong for them. And one more thing, people that sign up for the social dinner tonight, I kindly ask for your help to scan the QR code I put on this door and also on the door of the cafeteria. You can select your options from the menu, so we can facilitate their restaurant with the different options. And after the break, I'm getting in contact with communication, but either after the coffee break or the lunch break, I will ask you to have a group pictures because some of us are just today here and not tomorrow. So it will be good to have a picture, group picture already today. That's all. So 10 past 11 here again. Thank you. May I ask everybody to sit? Okay. One thing, if you need to charge your laptop, this is the only table that has the charger, the adapter. So you have to sit on this table or on the background of this room. There are some, yeah. That's all. So thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So let's start again, as usual. 15 minutes break became almost half an hour, but we try to speed up during lunch break to save the time for the rest presenters. And right now I would like to ask Maria to continue and to give us new presentation on toolkits.
Thank you very much, Anna. So welcome back, everybody. I hope you enjoyed the refreshment break, and I hope there was an opportunity to maybe meet up with old and familiar colleagues, but also to make some new friends, which I hope will be one of the outputs of the 3 days ahead of us. This is the last formal presentation in this session, and I'm going to try and speed through it to a point because I'm very keen to get to the final session or the final part of this session, which is the brainstorm. So you might remember in my opening presentation, I set you all some challenges or some questions to reflect on. I don't expect you to have memorized them, but hopefully they inspired some thinking. And obviously my colleagues Pamela and Nardi have given you further food for thought. So I'm just going to gallop through the feedback that we got under the rubric of toolkits in the questionnaire, and in particular to try to provoke you then into the brainstorming discussion which will follow. So I know know sometimes it can be difficult to be the first or the second in the room to put your hand up to ask a question or to make a contribution, but I'd really encourage everybody, please, to engage actively in this brainstorm so that we can help to distill down a key set of actions that we'd like to take forward under the banner of the work, under the banner of the Future of Work group for the 22-23 work programme. So cracking on with the presentation, as Pamela has already mentioned, we had 41 replies. It's a little bit of dispute whether it's 41 or 42, but just north of 40 replies. Some were nil returns or partially completed. That was just a reflection of the areas where people did or did not have a contribution to make. Very, very broad geographic spread, and you'll see that in an infographic that I have further on, which demonstrated clear interest in the theme of our task team. So there were 6 primary questions asked in this section of the questionnaire. Now, these questions actually were more questions to situate where countries were in their blended working, future job and reaching youth journeys. So there's less substantive data in this section of the questionnaire than there was from Pamela's and from Nardi's, but I'll still try to give you a sense of where countries have landed. Under the 6 headings. So how blended working is defined and implemented, whether from a facilities management perspective, based on our learnings around remote and then blended working, we're moving to reconfigure our fixed employer workspaces, whether or not, and if yes, how we are focusing on well-being in the blended working environment as employers, what virtual working supports we have provided to help our people to work efficiently and effectively in a blended working environment, how learning and development has responded to the different needs of blended workers, particularly the challenge of delivering training remotely, and then what steps have been taken to explore changes needed in key work dimensions due to the new model of working. So that's very much about asking our people, how have your needs changed and how do we need to change your ways of working to make them successful going forward? So on attendance policies, there was a huge diversity and variety in the responses, but as Pamela has already indicated, almost all respondent countries either do already have a policy in place or have a policy in development, complying with national frameworks or actively considering the future arrangements. 16 of 38 participant countries intend to change their physical workspaces to reflect changing requirements from their people when they are attending on site in the office. And typically that would be to reflect, for example, increased need for collaborative workspaces where people can come together in a room to brainstorm or to work. But that room needs to have virtual enablement as well, so that remote colleagues are also able to join. So an amount of work focusing on that type of change. In other countries, there is a very conscious national decision now to rationalize the use of space by civil and public service organizations. So there may be external pressures requiring us to be more effective and efficient in how we allocate our space. Of course, in the teeth of an energy crisis, there are also further contributing and complicating factors regarding how we use the space available to us. However, if it's only 16 out of 38 participant countries, that implies that there's also a significant proportion of us who just aren't in that space at all. And that may be for a variety of reasons. We may not be as far advanced in our blended working journeys. We may not have the wherewithal to actually even aspire to reconfiguring the workplace. There may be very restrictive industrial relations obligations that tie the flexibility that we can bring. So it's, you know, it's a very changing and dynamic picture depending on where we are in the world. On the well-being for blended working, 17 of the respondents have actively investigated well-being drivers in a blended working scenario. And most typically, the primary vehicle used to make that happen have been employee wellness or well-being surveys, which have been grafted onto existing staff type surveys, morale barometers, etc. And there's information available on the wiki, as referenced repeatedly already this morning, regarding the composition of those surveys and how they've been executed. That might be something well worth considering to replicate if you're minded to survey your people on the topic of well-being. I apologize that the legend is reversed on this infographic. This is intended to show all of the respondent countries, and of the respondent countries where there's the yellow outline, those that have stated that they have a policy already in place or a policy that is in an active state of development at the moment. And in terms of virtual supports, this Wordle represents, or word cloud, represents the most common response, the most common words that came back to us in the responses regarding what virtual supports had been provided. So as you can see, we're all in VDI and VPN world now. We have these virtual pipelines to connect us into our organizations. We're using remote desktop, we're using Citrix, Microsoft Office 365, SharePoint, WebEx. It's all about the types of newer technologies that we came to know, love, or hate during the pandemic period, but that have enabled this more adaptable and flexible type of working. From a learning and development perspective, clearly there was a huge necessity to move from face-to-face in-person learning to online during the pandemic, and to an extent that is carrying through into the post-pandemic period. In some instances, it's a very rational and effective way of delivering training. However, anecdotal feedback, which I suspect may increasingly be underpinned by statistical evidence, would suggest that certain types of training are most emphatically better delivered face-to-face. And for us, again, as HR and learning and development professionals, it will be important to identify as quickly as we can where the imperative suggests face-to-face should be mandatory or highly desirable versus online being the default. And again, in the interest of promoting inclusion, we should, of course, be thinking about flexible and adaptive, but we shouldn't be afraid, or we shouldn't shy away from making that judgment call when you need people physically in a room to get the most beneficial learning dynamic, depending on the topic. E-learning portals in use, the use of MOOCs, and in particular, very happy to see courses on how to manage a remote team, referencing back the earlier toolkits focus on the particular needs of managers and leaders in a blended working environment. So the following slides are not based on the inputs to the survey. They're slides harvested from the World Wide Web, but based on recent or current research, touching on the same themes that we're looking at here. So this slide comes from the 2021 Deloitte Global Human Capital Trends Survey, and it gives us a picture of the top factors in making remote working sustainable. So way up top, and if you think 21, so pandemic hit in 2021, we were still really trying to get to grips with how do we work in this very uncertain environment. Digital collaboration platforms featured very highly, but equally importantly, allowing for personal choice in determining how work gets done. Now, in many cases, when we went initially out into the emergency remote working scenario, we had caring responsibilities in the home workspace. We had children who weren't able to go to school. So the personal choice in how to get the work done really was a function of necessity. For the majority of us, we have now moved beyond that emergency response scenario, and we should have been able to architect a more regular, a more stable, a more routine remote or blended working structure to enable us to give focus to how we work. And yet personal choice has become a feature, a characteristic, almost an expectation for many of our workers. And we need to bear that in mind as well when we're thinking about standard hours of work or allowing extended, expanded hours of work, which needs to be counterbalanced with the imperative of achieving work-life balance, another of our responsibilities. Moving down the table, then establishing new scheduling and meeting norms. Who doesn't remember having their entire calendar taken over by back-to-back online meetings? Because, hey, you didn't need the 10 minutes to run from one meeting room to the other meeting room. So of course it would be fine for you to just sequentially hop meeting to meeting to meeting. And the burnout and the fatigue and the eye strain that causes. So establishing new etiquette around meetings, and a particular challenge, the meeting etiquette around who's in the physical room, who's not in the physical room, and how does the chair of the meeting try to ensure that all of those participants are having their voice heard and having their message expressed. Investing in team leader training, one of my favorite hobby horse topics. Reconfiguring the physical workspace at home. It was all well and good for those of us who had the space in our home place, but many of our colleagues struggled throughout the enforced remote working period to find a home workspace that was secure, that was sufficiently quiet. We heard nightmare scenarios, you know, youngsters in flat chairs working off the end of their bed on the ironing board. That is not a situation we can afford to see perpetuated. We have a duty of care to our people. Among the characteristics of that duty of care is the provision of a suitably equipped home workspace. So how do we balance that going forward to make sure that where we are in a position to offer flexibility, that flexibility isn't detrimental to the physical and mental well-being of our people? And then right down the bottom of this table, providing enhanced corporate benefits and offering new wellbeing resources. I take exception slightly with the latter, but we'll come to that in the subsequent slide. So changes to key work dimensions. Half of all of our respondents did observe or did acknowledge the need for changes in how work is done to successfully implement a future steady state blended working environment. So some of us are designing surveys so that we co-architect with our people how we organize that, or how we structure the organization of work. Because one thing is for sure, as it says on the slide, if you always do what you always did, you'll always get what you always got, but that won't work in blended working. So it's a complete shift. The previous model is redundant. So are we all over it? Or are we over it? There's no space to be over it because this is the present and it most assuredly is the future. So for the most part, we have made a fine job of equipping our people for their remote working. We have the new collaboration platforms, but in particular, the business rules that inform how we deploy those platforms and how we do things around here. Handbooks do need to be updated to reflect the new environment. And this is an area certainly of focus in my organization, I imagine in many of yours, and one of the potential areas for collaboration going forward, I would suggest. We need to keep our eye on learning and development interventions for all of our people, but very particularly for leaders and managers. And we shouldn't take our eye off the workplace well-being ball. So don't take my word or the word of the task team for it on well-being. Again, I've harvested this from the World Wide Web, but it is relatively current. It is the same Deloitte Global Human Capital Trends Survey from 2021, which asked senior executives on the one hand and individual workers on the other, what was important for them moving forward. And while senior executives put improving worker well-being down at 8, the individual workers had improving worker well-being up at 3. So there's a clear asymmetry there between what the individual is expressing as a need and what the senior executives are recognizing as the imperative. And we have to consider, how do we as employers of choice bridge that divide? This slide is another Deloitte Insight slide, and it just gives you a snapshot of the types of actions that may be available to organizations to integrate well-being into work. And it's well-being viewed through an organizational prism, a team prism, an individual prism, and interpreted as a function of culture, relationally, operationally, physically, and virtually. All of these slides, of course, will be available after the session if people would like to have another look back. And to our earlier focus on Generation Z, this slide, very relevant, I think. What employees look for in their employer by generation. And it all resonates, Pamela, with, with what you told us, and Nardi with what you told us. The young millennials and the Gen Zs want their organizations to care about their well-being. They want to believe that their leaders are ethical, and they want to see diversity and inclusion in their workplace. If you look at the baby boomers, I'm happy to see that the organization's leadership is ethical is also very, very important. The well-being priority is in second place, and we have financial stability of the organization. So reflecting maybe the quest for security, job security, assuredness of tenure and role, doesn't seem to be a feature at all if you jump from those born in the 40s, 50s, and 60s up to those born post the late 80s. And new joiners. This was perhaps the cohort most severely impacted by the negative effects of coming into an organization during enforced remote working, or now as we emerge into a blended working future. It's difficult to start cold when you don't have the old familiar infrastructure of your desk in your office, surrounded by your team with your manager's reassuring presence at your shoulder to help and guide and support you. And this is what experienced versus newly remote workers have said about how working from home is worse. It's worse in terms of overall satisfaction with working arrangements, worse in terms of productivity, and worse in terms of a sense of belonging at work. Now, of course, from a performance perspective, we have to be focused on the productivity at work. But from the perspective of the loyalty of our people, not just attracting them, but retaining them and developing them successfully over time, we really need to be mindful that if they don't have a sense of belonging, that stickiness for the organization is missing. And if they're not overall satisfied with their working arrangements, why would they stay when they can do better elsewhere? I'll skip quickly over this slide. It's just a sense of what employers can do to attract and retain talent. Again, this is a Deloitte survey, but it's a 2022 Deloitte survey specifically looking at Gen Z. And once again, here we have the evidence that our Gen Zs and our millennials are looking for healthy work-life balance. They want to be given opportunities for learning and development. Yes, money is important, but it's less important than the previous two. And interestingly, a sense of meaning from my work seems to be slightly less important for Gen Zs and slightly more important for millennials. I'm wondering, has that just got to do with the Gen Zs being very recently arrived into professional workforces? They're still figuring out what they want in the longer term, and it'd be very interesting to monitor that evolution over time. So, as I said at the outset, and I'll repeat it now, diagnosing the problems are the easy parts, but we know that there are clear challenges. Are we looking at the right challenges? What should we be focusing on for the next year of work and beyond? And who's going to step forward, not just with the ideas for what we should do, but to be involved in doing it, because we can only progress as a community if we come together. And that brings me to the end of the formal presentation part. And I might suggest that rather than taking a pause, we rock straight into the brainstorming part of the session. So we have no prescribed format for the brainstorm. I'm not asking people to engage in any particularly structured way. I'd really like to just throw the session now, and this will run right through until lunchtime, open to the floor for people to pick up on any of the points that have been raised across the 3 presentations this morning, to commentate, to contribute ideas, to volunteer to get involved. What I really hope that we will have achieved by the end of this morning's session is at least an outline of an agreed path forward along the key themes that the people in this room and virtually, because I believe we can accept virtual contributions, the key themes that you feel are most meaningful and in which international collaboration through our forum can yield most benefit. So that's it.
I was just going to say it might be useful if we reshared the questions you asked earlier.
It might be difficult because they're on different slides, Pamela.
Oh, sorry.
I can, what I will do is I will pull them up here and I can call them out just to remind people if that's helpful. But first though, maybe just to invite even just initial reactions from the floor. Doesn't have to be a question, but if there were findings from the survey or observations based on the external survey results that we referenced that you really disagree with, or that are not a reflection of your experience, or if you feel there's a gaping hole in the middle of the work that we've done where we've completely failed to recognize a key issue of consideration, we'd really like to hear about it. So please don't be shy.
Just one thing for interpretation. If there are Russian speakers that want to make any questions, please use the microphone, and there is the interpretation directly in English on the main floor.
Okay, thank you to all present. Absolutely. We have heard about a lot of interesting surveys, interviews about the changes we had during these last 2-3 years because of the pandemic situation. We also did some surveys about other teams like ethical that tomorrow I'll give you some details. I have a presentation about it, but we have some common points about some organizational changes, about the influence, the impact, of course, the situation on the well-being, individual well-being, logistics and other issues like this. But anyway, it really emerged something about the connection with the performance or organizational performance, not only, of course, in terms of quantitative, but if something is changed about the object strategic or operative goals achievement. Did we notice something about if in our experience, if our objectives suffered from this situation or not? Or on the opposite, maybe we have had an increase in terms of goals achievement, because just as a feeling, we can notice that absolutely we have the same level of performance, maybe better. But I think that at the moment we don't have so many tools to measure this impact. Just a reflection, of course, about it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Fabrizio. So if I understand correctly, you're asking, have we kept up with what we need to do with kind of the core work program? Have we figured out how to measure whether we've kept up or not? And I presume I can infer from those first two questions going forward, how are we going to measure performance in this blended working environment? Is that a fair summation?
Absolutely, thank you. That's right.
So I rather than Nardi or Pamela or I jumping in to give our views, because we've done a lot of talking, although I think each of us would be happy to speak to those questions. Is there anybody in the room who'd like to respond from their organization's perspective on the specific issue of performance assessment or evaluation, both during the pandemic period and as we exit into a more ordinary time, if there can be such a thing in this crazy world of ours at the moment, but into a more steady state of blended working? Don't be shy. Turkey, you might introduce yourself, please.
Hello for all participants and organizers. And I don't want to ask a question. I only add a contribution for you, for your consideration, guys. I saw that staff whose working condition changed during the pandemic had some problems in returning to their old style, old environment, old working times, shifts, etc. Maybe they realized the effectiveness of remote working, and despite the advantages of working remotely, I think it has some weaknesses. For example, I think working face-to-face like today has completely different experience. And I think that our biggest test in the upcoming period is to achieve this balance. Actually, what I want to learn what's your applications to achieve this balance, remote or face-to-face working in your institutions. And because the new generation that refer Gen Z looks at the issue a little different from us. And Mr. Nardi asked what youth is to us. I think the youth is our new versions like software, but it's time. This time this is a big update, upgrade, and we don't have a chance at downgrade, but we can develop it. So this reality has hidden risk to protect our institutional culture and values. Thank you for learning.
Thank you very much indeed. Some really rich content in there and some very challenging questions. So maybe before we go to try to answer those series of questions from Fabrizio and from our Turkish colleague, does anybody want to add a question, or is anybody willing to be bold and brave in response to those issues that have just been raised and to speak to their thoughts or their organizational experience? Failing which, I will turn to Pamela, to Nardi, and I'll make contributions myself, but we really would like to hear from you. That's the whole benefit of being in the room together. Clearly everybody is out of practice with being in this type of environment. Well, I'll try to get the ball rolling then. I have something to say on each of those questions, but I'm not going to do that. I will say one thing, Firat, in response to your contribution, particularly on the issue of what applications do we have or what methods are we going to deploy. Certainly from a CSO Ireland perspective, I will say we're very struck by the I suppose the fact that in our experience during the enforced remote working of the pandemic, when everybody was working at home, well-established operational processes continued to work very smoothly. And I think that has taught us an amount about the type of routine production work, if I can describe it as that can very effectively and very efficiently be done remotely or in a blended manner. But what we found, certainly at the leadership level of the organization, was really challenging, was to do strategic planning and the type of foresight and future-oriented planning work that we feel we do best in a room with the dynamic of interpersonal conduct. So while for a short period of time, you can keep the ordinary day-to-day activities going quite well remotely. If you want to be serious about constantly focusing on the future and dynamic evolution of your organization, you do need to bring people together. So turning to the modality, one of the things that we require as part of our personnel moving into an ordinary time blended working model is that at the level of teams and at the level of divisions, they must come together and agree what's called a team charter. And in the team charter, they will discuss and reach an agreement amongst themselves, not just about the practicalities of how many days a week we will be remote, how many days of the week we will be in the office, but also when we are in the office, we will prioritize doing this type of work. When we are outside the office, we will prioritize doing a different type of work and attempting, based on the work of the team or based on the work of the division, to reach a common understanding about which types of work are best suited. Because I don't believe that every form of activity that we undertake can work in the same way when we are remote versus when we are on site. Now, with an ED&I hat on, I am mindful it's very important to avoid absolute rules, but in the generality, in the Central Statistics Office in Ireland, we would say for planning, for strategy development, you need to bring people physically together. But if you're doing quiet work, if you're performing highly operational activities that are repetitive in nature, that are well established, Those can, in most cases, contingent on having the right connection, contingent on having the right technical resources, they can work quite well remotely. We're very much at the beginning of that journey. Are we right? I'm not sure, but that's our sense, that you have to get smart about figuring out which types of work you do best in which location. Maybe I'd pass over to Pamela or to Nardi if either of you would like to comment on Firat's contribution or on Fabrizio's question about performance assessment and evaluation.
Yeah, I can say a few things. I would completely agree with the approach that you have at a CSO. We also mainly, maybe for your context, I'm a data analyst and a business analyst at CBS. So I mainly work with IT teams. And if I talk to you from an employee point of view, that I would say we work like 50-50 as of now. So 50-50 from home and remote, at home and at the office. And we do the work that is being done with multiple people. So different meeting rooms or focus groups or other things where you have to get together. We do that at the office. And then indeed, I also do, for example, developers work, and I do at home so that I don't get distracted. I can answer my emails and stuff like that. But the things where we get together with multiple people, we always do at the office. Yeah. And maybe for performance measurements, I used to work at a very commercialized party where as a consultant, and there we actually saw that we were being more productive when we started working from home. So at the beginning of the pandemic, we all started working from home, like full time. And there we actually saw that people were more inclined to take over hours instead of traveling back and forth to our office. So I don't have any exact figures, but I remember that they were actually pretty happy as how business was going, as people were being more productive. Now, I will say that there wasn't any measurements on, burning out or general happiness, but I will say that as in terms of productivity, it was a good time for them at least. Thank you.
Thanks, Nardi. Pamela?
Yeah, I might just add, I suppose one of the things that really came across to me during remote working or when we were fully remote was that the new currency of employment is trust. And that, at that stage, everybody was remote. And so you had to trust, you had no choice in the matter. And I think we developed, good experience in terms of how you work in a remote way. I suppose prior to going out remotely, we had 3 locations. And we didn't tend to interact in a virtual way with those locations. It tended to be traveling up or down or, but when the pandemic hit, we went from 3 locations to essentially 900 locations. But what it did was it leveled the playing field, and people who were in Dublin weren't any different to people who were in Cork or in our census office, that it kind of, it leveled things out a little bit. I think as well, when you think about it, it's not just about being on site for an on-site meeting. It's also about the ad hoc interactions that you have in the canteen or in the, in the corridor, or you meet somebody and you find out a nugget of information that actually shapes what you do or how you do it, or you find out that someone's working on something similar. So I think that's another positive thing about being in the office. And obviously being at home, there are tasks that are more suited to being at home. I loved your description of the update. I think that is a fantastic way to look at it, because when you think about it, sometimes when you get an update to your phone or your PC, you begin using it differently, or things appear differently. And I think that's a great way of looking at Generation Z. They are still people, like the phone is still a phone, but it's just how you interact with it might change a little bit. So I think that that's a brilliant idea in relation to that. I didn't have anything else to say, I think, on that. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Pamela. Anna's going to make a contribution.
Okay, thank you very much. I would like just to add that, for example, in Statistics Poland, we've got right now 2 obligatory days in the office. But in some exceptional situations, directors can decide or agree just for the employees to work remotely 100%. But I see in this issue that there is a risk of discrimination, or not to create, not to treat all employees equally. Yes, because to make decisions who can work all the time from the home and who need to still be these 2 obligatory days in the office, it's rather difficult issue. And that's why it is really important and a big role of line managers, as you said during your presentations, how to help them, how to talk with people. And yeah, so for that, that's it.
Thank you very much, Anna. I might come back, Fabrizio, to your question, because it is something I'm very interested in as well. To the very first part of your question, how did we measure productivity during the pandemic period? Well, one of the most elemental benchmarks in my organization that we used was outputs per annum pre-pandemic, outputs per annum during the pandemic, and now we're looking obviously at outputs per annum post-pandemic. And that's, you know, statisticians like concrete things, so they can measure that. But I think moving forward, an equally important productivity or performance indicator will be outcomes. So I think, and it's not an issue that we've given a huge amount of thought to in my organization, but we know that we need to. I think in performance evaluation and blended working, in the blended working present and future, we will need to find ways of introducing outcome measurement into performance assessment. And that's outcomes at the level of the team. So how am I working within my team? How are my colleagues finding it to work with me in this blended environment? Am I reachable, accessible, responsive? Am I collaborative, more or less than before? If you understand what I mean, at the team level and at the organizational level, how are our outcomes improving as distinct from our outputs? And actually, just to say, in CSO, we increased the volume of our outputs during the pandemic because there was a flurry of intense productivity associated with pandemic response measures. So I mentioned the pulse surveys just as an example, something we'd never done before. We did a succession of them. And beyond that, you know, very importantly at the national level, where there was an urgent need for COVID related data, we were in the middle of all of that, as all of our NSIs were, I'm sure. So our outputs grew when we were working remotely. But did that mean that it all happened without any negative impacts on team dynamics and engagement and the support that we were able to give our people, or that our people were able to give one another? Was everybody always accessible when you expected that they would be? Maybe they weren't. Maybe they had, you know, young children gambling around their feet at home while the schools were closed, so they weren't available for large chunks of the daytime, but they could have been online at 9, 10, 11, 12 o'clock at night doing their work. I'm looking at Pamela. Many nights I clicked into my laptop of an evening and I see Pamela was green during that time, because I know, Pamela, your young children were at home. And how did you balance that? And, you know, boy, was I grateful that you were there during that time, during those hours, making more than your contribution. But that's not sustainable over the longer term. So we have to find ways of fairly assessing productivity, reflecting the new balance in people's lives that does produce outputs for the organization, but also has beneficial outcomes. So that would be my sense of the challenge, Fabrizio. How we do it, I don't know yet.
Thank you so much, because of course I completely agree with you, because we also notice a very feeling of increasing the quality of production. But I think that to sustain or to support this change process, we need something also practical to testify that we are, of course, on the right way. So thank you so much for the difference between output and outcome.
Thank you, Fabrizio. And I believe a Georgian colleague wants to make a contribution. You might introduce yourself, please. Thank you.
Большое спасибо. Может, некоторые из вас уже ответили на мой вопрос, но опять я вернусь к оценке перформанса. Когда вы измеряете, да, работу ваших сотрудников, конечно, статистика вещь измеряемая и измеряемая, если мы уже исполнили годовую статистическую программу и выдали всю информацию, опубликовали каждые данные. Мы думаем, что цель достигнута. Но оцениваем мы, за счет чего и за счет кого эта цель достигнута. Может, эта цель достигнута за счет группы людей, которые работают на доверии, на своем ответственности и облегают себя еще более, а некоторые, может, халтурят. Вот как оценить, кто халтурит, кто не халтурит? Это индивидуально происходит или это происходит по областям или по самой целой работе, которая исполняется? Спасибо.
Thank you very much, Boris. Would anybody like to jump in on that question, or shall we take it between Nardi and Pamela and myself? So just to recap, if I understand Boris correctly, you're acknowledging, everything is great once everything's being done and being done to the required statistical professional standard. But what about when individuals are actually not contributing at the level or to the quality standard required? Is that a fair reflection of your question?
Yes.
Thank you. So does it, Supriya from Canada, thank you.
Yeah, happy to jump in a little bit on that. A lot of my professional career was revolving around labor relations and performance management. So maybe I'll speak to both Fabrizio and Boris's comments. I think this is really about equipping leaders and equipping managers. So, equipping managers with how to manage in this new context and in this new environment. Some of that goes back to fundamental basics, right, of managing performance. But I think what we've realized and come to appreciate is that managing performance doesn't need to be done in person. They don't need to be sitting in front of you. It really is about outcomes and productivity and deliverables, amongst other factors. And so I think right now that focus on developing leaders in this new hybrid environment has got to be a critical focus of ours. What does that mean? What do we focus on, and how do we measure outcome and productivity and performance? And how does that change now that it's not, I saw them at their desk at 8 a.m. Good job. You were there today, right? It's about what were you delivering? How are you contributing? And how are you engaging? And so managers today have a lot more to contend with. It's not like it was 20 years ago, which is you showed up, you did your job. I think you were around. I saw you talking. Good. Good for you. It's very much evolved from that. It's a lot more complex. And how we train and equip managers to do that has got to be a key focus of ours, so that they are really comfortable with developing good key performance metrics, and how to measure against that, and then how to have difficult conversations with staff, whether that's in person or not. So I think that's a big challenge in front of us. During the pandemic, we cut each other some slack, right? We gave people some space because things were hard. You had children at your feet, and you had to give people some support. There was a lot of stress and anxiety. But as we're emerging, hopefully out of this and not back into it, we have to get back to, we can't put all the pressure on the few that we're able to sit there and dig in. That work's got to be rebalanced and placed on everyone's shoulders. So training for managers in a hybrid context is going to be critical. And of course, we're still mapping it out. And linking that back to you, Fabrizio, I think we have to throw our definitions of productivity measurement a little bit out the window. I think we know now that there's a business imperative to wellness and flexibility and autonomy. You cannot put the genie back in the bottle. Workers know that they have a lot more power and a lot more say in how and where they do their work. And an employer has to be very clear about what they need and what they want and what they expect. So how do you bring all that together? I think we need to redefine, how we measure productivity as a result, and be outcomes driven, as you were saying. I'm not going to say too much about some of the other comments from our colleagues in Turkey, because I'm presenting tomorrow in hybrid and that Canadian context. So I don't want to preempt my own presentation, but you'll see that I'll tend to focus a lot on framing things in a way, and this maybe I'll speed it up tomorrow because I'll speak to you a little bit now, but framing it in a way where we have to look at those outcomes and be very outcome focused, and then work our way backwards from there. And how do you use hybrid as a means to achieving those outcomes? And how do you measure it ultimately? So that I'm going to talk about that tomorrow. And I don't have the answer because we're just starting it all, but hopefully I've got a little bit of a roadmap to help with that.
Thanks very much, Supriya. Paula.
Can I ask Supriya a question? I have this theory that the people who were not working in the office, so who were punching in their time card and were sitting at their desks, are not also working at home. And I wonder, is it more beneficial to the organization that they're not visible to their colleagues who might get frustrated at them in a hybrid environment? I just wonder what your thoughts are on that.
Well, that sounds like that might be true. Okay, 100%. The people that weren't working in the office, they kept on not working at home, okay? And our organization, we're around 8,000 people at Statistics Canada. Less than 3% are the poor performers, and they're still the poor performers. They're still those people, whether that's culpable or non-culpable, through other external factors. That's still all true. I think though that what you have to worry about is that they are hidden. And so that's why I go back to, you've got to equip the managers. It's too easy to just say, great.
Sorry, can you slow down?
Oh, I always talk fast. I'm very sorry. And tomorrow you'll have to slow me down because I've got a lot to say. But I think that's the real risk, is that for managers, we're all guilty of it. You're very busy. You have a lot on your plate. Good. They're at home. I don't see them. Leave them there. They're not bothering anybody. They're not driving me crazy. That's a real risk though. Because what you're doing now is wasting, time, like resources, money that can be spent elsewhere. And I think you're unfortunately missing opportunities to unlock innovation and creativity and benefit. It's in our interest that we bring those people along and that we bring them to a place where they are performing. So I think, yeah, it's tempting to just park them, but it's a bad idea.
Thank you, Supriya. Boris, back to you, Georgia.
Еще один вопрос был очень полезный. Ответ от вас, но я хочу...
Sorry.
Измеряете ли...
For the interpreters is better. Yes, but not simultaneous interpretation. Just wait. Thank you. Yes, Boris, you can go ahead. Thank you.
Измеряете ли эффективность работы, допустим, эффективность времени, исполнения работы? Как вы соизмеряете, допустим, до пандемии и после пандемии на удаленной работе требуется меньше времени или больше времени для достижения тех или иных целей? Измеряется ли это?
No. So I tend to agree with Nardi that we became a lot more productive if you strictly looked at it from an output standpoint. We too, in Statistics Canada, released more products, put out a lot more in response to, obviously, to the pandemic. So one could say, well, there's the measure. We were more productive and we were probably 97% working fully remotely. Okay, but there was a cost, a cost to that from a wellness, collaboration, engagement. And I think others have articulated that well. What we haven't done is measure that cost, I think, truly effectively yet. And I do not think that we've perfected the way to measure, the productivity gains or losses from a remote or a on-site standpoint. On the face of it, sure. But maybe you could also say we spent more money. So no, I don't think we've cracked that yet. I think at a very superficial level, we could make a case for it. But at a deeper level, I think there's work to be done around that. So, and I'll talk a little bit about that tomorrow in terms of our performance measurement strategy and some of the wellness work we're doing as well. But yeah, no, that's the answer.
Thank you, Supriya. I might make a contribution as well on the last theme. So just a few random thoughts, which I hope make sense when listened to together. First thing I would say is, while we are professional technical organizations and we like to believe, and I sincerely believe in most cases, that we do deliver statistical excellence in all of our work, I would say that perhaps management skills in our statistical cohort have never been strong. So the challenge of performance management was as profound before the pandemic as it is after the pandemic, but now it's more complex than it was before. So while I don't have the answer, Boris, and very similar to my Canadian colleagues, if we can use outputs as a measure of productivity, then we can have some proxy for productivity before the pandemic, during the pandemic, and as we emerge from it. But to get to a more granular level at the individual human level, we are years past time and motion studies. That's not the space we're in. It's a very difficult way to assess the contribution of knowledge workers. And a huge proportion of that assessment, I believe, depends on the strength of the manager and the resources that are given to the manager. So we would place a great emphasis on the prime importance of a good performance management framework, which is decided annually at the level of the individual, where a detailed conversation happens between the individual and their manager regarding what is expected from them in the coming year of work. They reach agreements as to what the appropriate level of output and outcome needs to be. If there's been a diagnosis of a pre-existing challenge or an opportunity for improvement, that should be built into the discussion that happens at the beginning of the year. And then at the midpoint of the year, when the interim conversation happens, all of those issues need to be discussed. If the manager's appraisal of performance is that it has improved or it has declined, that needs to be discussed, and remedial actions or recognition should be agreed. And the same thing at the end of the year. But all of this depends on managers managing. And that's a challenge in all organizations, but I would contend perhaps it is a challenge that has particular resonance in statistical organizations, where our comfort place is with the numbers. Minding the numbers is a much happier place for most of our people than minding the people. But that's why our organizations have people like us to try to put frameworks and structures in place to lead our managers through that type of support process. I also wanted to say that I think that our blended working policies need to be adaptive to acknowledge that there will be poor performance, but that poor performance happens for a variety of reasons. So for example, we had the experience during the remote working period, not just of observing that people who performed poorly in the pre-COVID workspace continued to perform poorly, but actually that in a small number of cases, few, but very noticeably, performance improved during the remote working period. And I think, without wishing to identify any individuals, that would be completely inappropriate, that in the small number of cases I'm referring to, we were dealing with neurodiverse colleagues who had for years struggled with the interpersonal dynamic of the physical workplace, who found the relative distance that the virtual work environment gave them a far more comfortable place, and who were able to more fully contribute commensurate with their neurodiversity or their neuroatypical ways of thinking and engaging with the world. And we couldn't believe how fantastically they were contributing. So in that case, although we have a very strict framework for applying blended working in the new ordinary time environment, we are going to be adaptive to try to recognize that in some cases, the standard business rules that we are applying, like yourself, Anna, we have a mandatory minimum 2 days on site for all of our people, but there are exceptions where there's a reason for the exception, and that reason can be related to enhanced offsite productivity, or can be related to that being in the better interest of the individual to work in that way and to have other interventions to keep them in touch with our organizational culture and our values. So there's that category. There's the category, obviously, of the people who didn't perform when they were in the office, who still aren't performing when they're out of the office, and that's the impenetrable, and we'll keep chipping away at that, but I don't know what the magic solution is. There is the category of the people who performed very well in the office, whose performance fell off a cliff during the remote working period. And maybe in that category, the flexibility of a minimum of 2 days on site per week and flexible thereafter shouldn't be extended. And that is one of the evaluation criteria that we are applying in our blended working application process. There is a managerial assessment of the suitability of a role for blended working and a managerial assessment of the suitability of an individual for blended working. And only when both of those assessments are positive can the application for blended working roll forward. Now, we're still in our application period right now. It closes on the 21st of October. So I don't yet have metrics from my organization to indicate what proportion of individuals are being assessed as not individually suitable for blended working. But our Director General has made very clear that he does expect that there will be, hopefully a very small number, but there will be some number of personnel who, by virtue of underperformance in the remote and the current transitionary working arrangements, will not be afforded blended working flexibilities, will be required to attend in the office on site 5 days a week until there is an improvement in their performance. And we'll have to see how that particular situation pans out, in particular in the context where their manager will not be in the office 5 days a week. So what is the benefit? This is another of the conundrums around performance management. Just because we used to be able to have eyes on someone didn't mean that they were performing. And just because we require them to attend on site because of the lack of trust, your currency, Pamela, the currency of management in the future, doesn't mean that we will solve the problem. So that's another consideration. And my final contribution, I'm sorry for going on for so long, but is to say bad habits can form. We're all vulnerable to forming bad habits. But again, that comes back to the manager having a clearly defined set of objectives with the individual at the start of the year, keeping eye to how the individual is engaging with those objectives over the start of the year, and not allowing too many things to slide, because things slide and things slide and things slide, but the problem only gets bigger. So early intervention is key. So it's not an easy answer. It's a real challenge for us to give our managers the resources and the supports that they need. But I do think that it's going to take that kind of variable approach depending on the category of underperformance. So our esteemed chair has advised me that we really need to finish. And I thank you all very much for the engagement. If I could just very briefly sum up, I think that while the majority of the questions in this interactive session have come focusing on productivity and performance management, so I'll take that forward as one of the suggested themes that we might consider for future work, that there was sufficient engagement in the Q&A, in particular, Nardi, around your reaching youth, to suggest that maybe there is a way forward on that work strand as well. And Pamela, in terms of job of the future, I think we need to revisit this maybe with the group over the coming days. So we'll pick back up on how job of the future gets taken forward in tomorrow's session and on Wednesday. Thank you everybody for your engagement.
Thank you very much, all of you. I think that we've got also different thoughts and future thoughts, so we can exchange them in the future again. Yeah, okay, so I think that now it's time for the lunch break. So Elena, please give us details.
Yes, once again, we are going to the cafeteria. And what time here was in the plan was 1:45? Okay, so 1:45, we are back here. We will take a group picture after lunch. I will ask also the interpreters to join us here. And yes, that's all. Yeah. The picture is at 1:45, so 1:45 p.m. All good? Enjoy lunch. If you have allergies, again, something, I'll address you to the food. There are more places where you can get food, so don't stuck in one only position. You just move around. Thank you. Have a good lunch. Yes. Okay. So now we try some games to see if you are falling asleep or not. I'm joking. So some things for later. There is those who subscribe for the walking tour. We will leave at 5:30 the EFTA house. We will split the group in two. Russian speakers will come with me, and we'll check maybe Italy want to join that group with me, so we are a bit more balanced. And all the others, they go with my colleague Braghi there. Yes, okay. So the tour will take place, we'll start from the EFTA house, and we will finish it will last 1 hour and a half, and we will finish at the cathedral, San Michel Cathedral. And at 7:15, there is a social dinner at La Brasserie de la Presse. I sent you, there is in the info notice too, there is the address of the brasserie. In case you don't know yet where it is, just ask me. But this is mainly for those that are not joining the guided tour, because those that are in the guided tour and are joining the dinner will come directly to the place, okay? What else? Yeah, we would like to know who's staying here for the special session on Thursday. Apart from the countries, I know that the session is for them. Who else is remaining here? Because we have to check for the interpretation and probably to equip all of you with headsets. So I would like to not be shy now and please raise your hand who's remaining. Partially. Okay, still because we need to equip all of you. Yes, you countries are fine. Don't have to. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4. Don't you, not you. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8, not you. Okay, okay. 8, 11. Yeah, me 12, of course. And that's all. Okay, thanks a lot. 13, yes, plus the countries. We can start the second part this afternoon. Any question about info, whatever? All good? Yes. Yes. It depends how far is your hotel. Oh, not really. You can leave your stuff here. Maybe if there's something you want to live in the EFTA house for tomorrow, we can put it in a safe place. Otherwise, yes, you have to bring with you. Yeah, there will be half an hour in between when we finish the session and the start of the walk. So if you want to run in that, we'll figure out.
To practice before the walk, yes?
Yes.
Okay, so let's start the second session. It is named What Have We Tried? What Have We Learned from Recent Crisis Response Initiatives? The session organizer is Tine Pestaj from Statistical Office of Republic of Slovenia. He works in legal and human resource matters in different HR fields, ranging from onboarding, traineeships, and internships to competency development, training, and day-to-day middle management support. And for many, many years, he is always saying that he's just a simple man with honest interest in people and with a lot of passion for this line of work. So Tina, please go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Anna. Okay, so we will continue as we started. I hope you have a nice lunch, you feel comfortable, and you also are focused enough to follow through these next presentations, which will be held by EFTA member, Mexico and the UK. So the format is the same as the before presentations. So I would like to start with the first one, which will be held by Jasmine Kuneva. Was this pronounced right?
Yes.
Okay. Hybrid work challenges. So let me introduce Jasmine to you. She's from Bulgaria, where she obtained a university degree in psychology. Jasmine has HR experience from both public and private sector. She joined EFTA 4 years ago, and as an HR coordinator, she has a strong input in the learning and development strategy of the organization. So, Jasmine, the floor is yours.
Now I guess you hear me better. Okay, hello everyone. It is a great pleasure for me to be here with you today and to have this opportunity to exchange on hot topics for HR. I just want to check, is this space good for the translation? Okay, let's continue. So we have prepared this presentation for you together with our head of HR at EFTA, Ms. Inga Hanna Gudmundsdottir, who sends her regards to you because unfortunately she couldn't join today. As the title already hints, I'm going to present to you the journey EFTA has taken in revisiting the organizational culture after introducing hybrid working policy. So where did we start? A few words about EFTA. EFTA is an international organization which is set to promote free trade and economic cooperation to the benefits of its 4 member states, Iceland, Liechtenstein, Norway, and Switzerland. We have secretariat here in Brussels, which is also the biggest office of EFTA with 80 staff members. We have a secretariat in Geneva, where we have about 25 people. And of course, the EFTA statistical office in Luxembourg, which I assume you are already familiar with. So we are a networking organization. It is vital for our work to stay connected to relevant stakeholders, like, for example, the EU institutions here in Brussels, but also to stay connected within the organization so our people can exchange mindsets and ideas. And I think this has been the biggest challenge for us when the pandemic hit us in early 2020, and we found ourselves working 100% at home. Our staff are mainly expats, and they come to Brussels to stay for about 6 years. Having access to social networks and camaraderie through the organization is part of their expectations. This is why we focused our efforts in staying connected while working from home. We had, for example, town hall meetings for all staff done in Microsoft Teams. We kept our divisional regular meetings, and we even had some fun events for the whole organization, like the Christmas party, which was done entirely online. Work from home has its pros and cons. It improves, for example, the work-life balance, which we value a lot at EFTA because we want to provide healthy organizational culture. But remember what I said a bit earlier, that EFTA is also a networking organization, and this is very vital for our core business. So we couldn't stay all the time at home. Hence, we started encouraging our staff to come to the office regularly immediately after the measures were relaxed by the government. We realized that being physically present in the office provides for better common experiences and also is important for the integration of new staff. Because of the limited contract's duration at EFTA, we have to incorporate new staff almost all the time. And this, we all agree, is much easier done here in this beautiful new building instead of online. So this is how somehow naturally our hybrid working policy was created and introduced in 2021. We tried to combine the best from both worlds by setting office presence to be the default, but also leaving room for our employees to work from home. The policy is open, which means that we haven't specified the number of days to be present at the office and those for work from home, but rather we left this to be decided based on the operational needs. We want people to be able to find their own balance and what works best for them. We have to, of course, keep in mind the best interest of the organization, and this is where managers have a crucial role because it is they have to decide how to apply the policy in their teams. So our policy is adaptable and open to adjustment and development. We live with it now, and we can update it as we go. Also, we have identified that individual problems cannot be solved by the policy. If there is a person, for example, due to medical condition who needs to spend more time at home than in the office, we would evaluate this on an individual case basis. So the current status, where do we find ourselves now? Our hybrid working policy has been revisited this summer, and actually we decided not to change anything. As I mentioned, we keep it open and we leave a lot of power, as to say, in the hands of management to decide how to apply it for their divisions. We think that it is all a question of finding the new balance in this hybrid world. And we have also discovered that the value of the office is actually in the people, not in the place. So this beautiful modern building has no value for the organization if no one is here to chat at the coffee machine, for example. As HR professionals, we all know that learning and development is crucial for keeping our staff motivated, for getting the best out of them, but also for shaping the organizational culture. So let's see what happened with our trainings. When the pandemic started in 2020 and we found ourselves locked at home, we had to suddenly switch all our trainings to online modes. For example, we had the language classes, which we used to do here in small groups. But we suddenly had to quickly organize and arrange all the classes in Microsoft Teams. We had also just started in the late 2019 offering wellness classes for our staff. We had yoga, Pilates, and gym exercises. And when people were stuck at home and also gyms were closed, sports facilities were closed, even there was a moment when we couldn't go outside in the park, we had to stay close in our living area, and also we couldn't gather in groups, etc. It was crazy, but we found the need to continue offering those classes to our staff. And this is why we have arranged with the teacher to deliver the classes online, again, via Microsoft Teams. We have even recorded the sessions so people could repeat them, and we also invited family members to join. Basically, we continue delivering all our training portfolio online via Microsoft Teams or Zoom. And back to what I said a bit earlier about providing platform for shared experiences while working from home. We organized some breakfast and learn sessions and also lunch conferences where a colleague or an external expert would present a topic on a Friday morning, for example. And then people will join with their cup of coffee. They would show their funny coffee mugs, or their cats kept walking in front of the screen. And it was actually funny, and it brought us together closer also as human beings. Further, we increased our investment in training, professional training for HR staff and staff committee members, because we assumed those people need to be prepared in case they are contacted by staff regarding a personal or work problem. So we have provided mental health first aid for this group of people, training, and also supporting people in difficulties. Last but not least, we have introduced during the pandemic on-demand video learning platform. We are using LinkedIn Learning. For those who are not familiar with it, I can say that it offers a very big variety of online courses on topics such as how to use Microsoft Excel, PowerPoint, Teams, the whole 365 suite, but also trainings on soft skills like how to give and receive feedback, how to manage hybrid workforce, etc. And it actually proved to be very useful. So this was during the pandemic, but what happened next? I have here a small chart. I think it's very interesting, so let's have a closer look together on what happened to our wellness classes attendance. So we started 2019 with 3 groups, yoga, Pilates, and gym exercises, and I would say the interest was moderate. We had 5 to 10 people per group. Then the pandemic came, and we see an interesting trend. You work for statistical institutes, so you know better than me that when there is a trend, usually there are factors influencing this. So what we saw is that when the gyms were closed, when people didn't have access to any sports facilities, they actually wanted to attend those classes. And we saw a huge increase in the attendance rate. Then, of course, 2021 came, measures were on and off, they were more relaxed, gyms opened, you could go there if you're vaccinated and with some other conditions. So we saw that the interest dropped down a bit. But more interesting is what we saw in 2022, when the measures were almost gone and we were back to normal, so to say. the interest has dropped so much that we even had classes with no shows. And then, of course, we thought about how to handle this. We decided those classes are no longer sustainable for us, so we just simply stopped them. And based on this experience, I can give you probably, according to me, the most important advice from my presentation: listen to your people. We listened to our people. We saw they're no longer interested in having yoga and Pilates online, so we just stopped the classes. We saw the same trend appearing for other online classes and also for the language classes. So this is why after 2 years of online language training, this year again, we are returning back to classroom training in small groups. Office presence restrictions were removed in general in Belgium, which means that we removed them also for EFTA. And we also had to encourage people to come more often to the office because they got used to staying at home. And we think that training is actually a positive incentive for people to be here more often. This is why it is planned for this year's training plan to organize most of the training here in person. It might be more expensive because sometimes you have to fly in the trainers and pay their accommodation, etc. But the investments, it's worthy. So where do we stand now? As mentioned, most of the trainings will be organized again in person, but we also have found a good value for the online trainings because we are located between 3 different countries. We have secretariats in 3 different countries, and we try to involve staff from the 3 locations where possible for essential trainings such as anti-bullying and harassment. We find it very important to give access to everyone in the organization, so those trainings will be kept online. And also, we have been happy with how the video learning is working, and we will keep LinkedIn Learning for another year or more. And it will be used mostly for individual learning when staff need to, for example, update their skills on formatting Excel tables or managing SharePoint libraries. They can go to LinkedIn Learning and find easy to digest information there. This has been our journey in a nutshell. I hope it has been interesting for you, and if you have any questions, I'm here to answer them.
Thank you very much for these interesting presentations. So now, like Maria said before, don't be shy, and if you got something to say, now's the time. Or be forever, how do they say? Thank you. Please.
Sorry, I know I've asked loads of questions already, but I just wonder, so your wellness program kind of centered around Pilates, yoga, kind of, you know, classes as such. So you don't do those anymore. So how do you look after the well-being of your staff?
Yeah, that's a good question indeed. We also have, we used to have it also before, and we keep using it, an employee assistance program. It's run by Allianz, and their employees, they have access to psychological support, for example, but also to webinars on healthy eating, how to maintain work-life balance. We also organize regularly conferences. We have just this Friday an event dedicated to the World Day of Mental Health, which was on Monday, and it will be a yoga session open to actually the 3 organizations in the building, and there will be a small part of meditation. So to sum it up, we didn't keep the regular classes, but we still try to come up with interesting initiatives here and there for our staff.
Please, Maria.
Thank you, Tina. Thank you very much, Yasmin, for the presentation. Really interesting. I have a slightly outward-looking rather than inward-looking question about the challenge of hybrid work. As I understand the nature of the work that you do, it's very much networking, influencing, advocacy type work. So your external stakeholders are clearly extremely important to your ability to achieve your objectives. How did that experience or that process evolve, both during the peak pandemic period when everybody was working remotely, and how has it changed now that office attendance and face-to-face interactions have resumed? Has the dynamic reverted to the before COVID, or is it irretrievably changed? And in terms of your future working model, how will that influence even the necessity of having 3 centers?
I'll start from the end. I think the necessity to have 3 centers will remain, because this is so due to the operational needs. The office here in Brussels is focused on the EU institutions, and it's important to be close to them. The one in Geneva is related to the free trade agreements with third countries outside of the EU, and also it is good it's close to organizations such as the WTO. And the office in Luxembourg is strategically, to say, located in Eurostat. So I think this would remain nevertheless. How did we handle the stakeholders' engagement during the pandemic? I would say we kept the essential meetings only. Like, there are meetings with our counterparts in the EU which could not be cancelled or postponed. They had to keep running to run the business of the organization. But we have diminished the number of the rest non-essential meetings. Now that we are back to normal, more or less, we keep organizing more and more conferences and regular meetings here in our building, and we make sure to invite counterparts from the EU, for example. And just in November, we are going to host a really big event, which is with great importance for the EEA agreement. And it's actually the first time that EFTA is hosting this. So I think we're definitely thirsty to have more contacts with our stakeholders.
So, anyone else wants to add something, comment on something?
Yeah, I just wanted to comment on something. It's not really a question, but I found the graph you were showing about those activities, so yoga, Pilates, etc., was really interesting, because it really looks like some kind of indicator of to what extent, depending on external circumstances, people, your employees are kind of willing to get more deeply into the organization, and also to mix potentially their private sphere more with the organization, versus when they are much less willing to do that and less willing to dedicate time to that. I find it quite interesting. I guess obviously a big dimension to it was the fact that during the pandemic, many of the outside offers were just no longer there. So it was kind of one of the only doors that were still open for the people to have social activity. But I find this really interesting, kind of an indicator of this. I guess it can also be looking forward, also an indicator, well, to what extent as an HR partner do I need to see, well, no, this is really the time where I should have a more extensive offers for those kind of extra work initiatives, versus those times where the need may not be that present, and where I might be facing a very low attendance. I think it's just interesting to see that in such an extreme way.
It is definitely some food for thought, but I can share that in our organization, we have the factor of the expat life. So people come here for a limited period of time. They often bring their families, but they don't know much people in Brussels, for example, or Geneva, Luxembourg. So they really look for the human contact in the organization, and also they bring along their families. So this type of activities we find to be essential for us as an organization to organize. And I want to apologize for this slide with the infograph because it's actually very amateur, but I was thinking you're going to present in front of people from statistical offices. You have to put some charts there.
No, I think it was a really good presentation. So once more, thank you very much, Jasmina. Thank you.
Thank you all.
And I just wanted to ask you kindly something that when you're talking, is it possible that you just say a name first and where you're from? So we basically, it's more easy to get to know each other like from the faces. So it's just my suggestion. Okay, thank you very much. So let's move on. Now we'll have another, now we have online presentation. Blair Lincoln from ONS is joining us from the UK. Blair Lincoln, who is Blair Lincoln? Lincoln Blair is a deputy director in the Office for National Statistics with a role that includes inclusion, culture and well-being, organizational development and property. His team leads on employee voice and engagement for the ONS. Lincoln is based in London while leading a team based across the ONS office network, working in a hybrid way. He has been in the UK civil service since 2007, working in HR and organizational change in a range of government departments. Previously, Lincoln worked in HR and consulting roles in his home country of New Zealand. So now I don't know what the, oh, there he is. Hello, Lincoln.
Hello, good afternoon. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, we hear you very well. So I introduced you already. So the floor is yours. Okay.
Perfect. Thank you very much indeed. And I think someone is going to present my slides for me. Apologies, I'm not able to present on the device I'm using today. So I'll just wait for those to come up. There we go. Perfect. Thank you. Now I don't have to look at a giant screen of my face. That's a big improvement. Brilliant. Well, thank you very much for inviting me to speak today. It's a fantastic opportunity and I'm very, very pleased to be here. I intended to join the session just before mine, but my day has not cooperated with me. So I hope that what I have to say isn't too repetitive. But I caught the end of the Q&A there, sounded very interesting, and I'm hoping to stay on for a bit longer after my session to get involved in the conversation. So I was invited to speak about employee engagement in the Office for National Statistics. For many of you won't be aware, we cover England, Wales, and there is a separate stats organisation in Northern Ireland with whom we work closely, and also in Scotland. So we cover parts of the UK. We are about 5,000 strong, just to give you a sense of our size as an organisation. And I joined in the second week of the first COVID lockdown. So a lot of what I have to say is kind of informed by that experience of joining the organisation right at the start of that kind of pandemic, and what that meant for engagement and how we worked through it and how we've come to work since. So if I could get the slides to move on. I just wanted to emphasize that context, really, that it's very difficult, I think, for us to separate engagement from the pandemic. And so I've tried to combine really the two in what I have to speak about, because they're so intertwined for me. So this is what I'm aiming to cover with you over the next sort of 10 to 15 minutes, and then hopefully have time for some questions and discussion. So I'll talk through a little bit about how we reacted to the pandemic in the first instance, with a sort of focus on engagement, well-being and hybrid working. The elements of our approach and how they've evolved a bit over the last couple of years, and then dive a bit into specifically what we do on engagement and employee voice, what we measure, what seems to work well, what we're not still so sure on, and what some of that engagement work is telling us about what our people want and perhaps expect from us as an organisation. And then a few thoughts about what we're focused on for the future in terms of challenges in that area. So if I could have the next slide, please. So much of this, I'm sure, will be familiar to many of you in the room, the sorts of things that we had to do initially that set the initial tone of how we reacted to the outbreak of COVID. That sort of immediate switch to home working. We did have a few workers whom we had to allow to work in other places because of the nature of their roles, but by and large, everyone at home full-time straight away. We gave really total flexibility around hours. And I guess the two pictures I've chosen here sort of represent perhaps the ideal of how we'd have liked working at home to feel for people, and perhaps below that, how it probably did feel for many people. And we wanted to recognize how difficult that situation was, particularly to be thrown into it, perhaps without having asked for it, for people to be suddenly surrounded by their home lives while having to try to work as well. So we were extremely flexible around working hours, both in terms of how many they worked and when they worked. We introduced some additional leave allowances for people who suddenly had other things they needed to worry about and take care of. And we really just maintained that absolute focus on well-being and on connection. You know, how do we maintain that sense of connection between people who were used to seeing each other most days in the office, and we're now suddenly working entirely remotely. Obviously, there was a sudden mass deployment of IT equipment and furniture across the country, and actually that was handled very well by my colleagues, I must say, and that made people feel confident, I think, that they were going to be able to work effectively in this new environment. One of the most important things we did, I think, was pull together a group of colleagues from different functions, so human resources, property, communications, security, and some of the delivery managers in the business. And we met every day for the first few months, and then 3 times a week after that. And we talked about all sorts of logistical things, but the common thread throughout those discussions really was well-being, communication, and engagement. How are we staying close to our people and how they're feeling? And what else do we need to be paying attention to really in that space? And we set up also a dashboard to give us some indicators on what was happening. And we noticed quickly, actually, that sickness absence, surprisingly, in a pandemic was in fact falling, for example. And we believe that was because people were suddenly able to perhaps before they might not have been able to face the thought of commuting to the office, actually, they were able to get up, log on and work. So one of a number of maybe counterintuitive things that we observed from very early on. The dashboard also helped us to show which of our engagement channels were working well, what were people reading, listening to, and how were they responding to it. Next slide, please. So since then, much has happened, as you all also have experienced. We've been in and out of lockdown in the UK quite a number of times. And each time the rules have been slightly different, and quite often the rules were not the same in the different nations of the United Kingdom, which made it quite difficult for us as a bit of a juggling act to decide kind of on fairness of approach. Should we be just consistent with the local rules in each office, or should we apply one set of rules to all the offices? Generally, we have defaulted to the most cautious approach in any location, any given time, and apply that across the organization. But what we haven't changed at all is that focus on well-being and communications throughout these kind of cycles of lockdown, partial lockdown, back to normal or new normal, or whatever that might look like. We've really kept that focus up very strongly. And having that multifunctional operations group structure for that first sort of 18 months was really critical to enable us to do that. So it wasn't just left to human resources. It wasn't just left to communications, and it certainly wasn't just left to line managers in the business to manage this for themselves. As we've moved past that kind of peak period of COVID and thought, well, what happens next now that we've established this way of working and people seem to be effective and they seem to value it? How do we go about moving to the next stage? And what we've alighted on is what we're calling a principles-based rather than a rules-based approach. So what we're effectively saying to people is we can work effectively at home, we can work effectively in the office, and we want people to work with their business areas and their managers to find a balance that works for them between individual preference and business need in relation to both when they work and where they work. Some of the government departments of the UK have taken a more prescriptive approach. So they have said you must be in 2 days a week or 60% of your working time, for example. We've decided not to take that rules-based approach and to take the principles-based approach. And I'll talk a bit more shortly about how that is unfolding. Next slide, please. So to engagement specifically, throughout this period, how have we understood how our people are feeling and what's important to them, where we need to be paying more attention? Our key instrument is our annual people survey. It measures a headline engagement index comprised of 5 key questions from the survey, which itself is quite long, typically takes people about 20 minutes to do. It also contains 9 thematic areas of questions, and most of the questions are standard each year, so we have time series data to see how we're performing through time. And it's standardized across the civil service, so we can compare ourselves to our colleagues in other departments, which is always a fun exercise. We also have a bit of leeway to choose some specific question blocks that we want to focus on for ourselves as a department. So I've just shared with you here what our engagement index, so the single headline number, I guess, that we pay attention to, has done over the last 3 years. And you can see the enormous jump in 2020. So the first survey that we did during the pandemic, it runs at this time, it's in fact open now for 2022. So September, October is when the survey runs. So at that point, we'd been about 6 months in under pandemic conditions. And we see this huge jump in employee engagement. And broadly speaking, we've maintained that with just a 1% drop last year. So we wait to see what happens next year, but still, or this year, I should say, but still well above where we were before. So that was really interesting to see. The PERMA index is a measurement of essentially of well-being, and you want a higher percentage score there. So you can see there that it broadly flat pre-pandemic, during pandemic, and then into sort of late stage pandemic last year. Very little change in how people use those PERMA questions to report on their feelings of well-being. And then there's what's called the proxy stress index, so how stressed and anxious are people feeling. That measure, where you want a lower score as a good thing as an organization, actually fell in the pandemic, amazingly, and maintained the same score throughout. So that was really, again, slightly counterintuitive, perhaps, to what we might have expected to see. We then use what we call our employee voice structure to dig a bit further into engagement. What does some of this really mean? And focusing in on specific themes using certain tools, so pulse surveys, monthly intranet polls, and listening groups to gain some qualitative insight to support the data that we have. And I'll talk a bit more about that on the next slide. So the pulse surveys that we run 3 a year. We run one, I should say, in every quarter of the year, apart from the quarter in which the people survey runs. We typically get about 33% response rate to our pulse surveys, which is a little under half of what we normally get to the people survey, but still, I think, pretty good. He said, in a room full of people from statistical institutes. But I think as a response rate, we're generally fairly pleased with that. We feel it gives us a reasonable gauge of where the organization's at. Interestingly, we're having to keep our pulse surveys open longer now for responses than we were a year ago to achieve that same response rate. So there is something perhaps emerging about overuse of that approach, or survey fatigue for our people, perhaps, that we need to pay attention to. What we combine the pulse survey results with is some other data that we have from the people survey, and then from things like listening groups, and we produce reports covering that theme that we were focusing on. And they also contain some kind of core. So we measure the engagement index every time. So that gives us more regular time series data than just 1 point per year to track that headline measure. Whilst we also gain the ability to really dive deeply into one of the themes. And that's one of the 9 themes from the people survey. So this year, for example, we've been focused on inclusion and fair treatment as a theme, on organizational objectives and purpose as our second theme, and finally on leading and managing change. So those reports are published to the whole organization, and we encourage everyone to to read them and absorb them, and they finish with recommendations for action, because as interesting as all this measurement is, if it doesn't provoke some actual action in the organization to address some of what comes out, then it's not particularly a good investment. So we always make sure that those reports finish specifically with a kind of call to arms for people to, having absorbed that information, what can they do to move the organization forward. Next slide, please. Just a note on frequency of engagement. I also mentioned our monthly intranet poll. So for quite a long time during the sort of peak COVID period, every 4 weeks or so, we ran a poll on our intranet with literally just one question that we chose depending on what was coming out through our other engagement channels. And it was a multiple choice question that we asked, gave people options to answer. And there's just an example there, perhaps the most interesting one that we ran, which starting to take us back to the theme of hybrid working and what does the future hold. We asked people how they would like to work in the future. And it was the second time that we'd asked. It was about 9 or 10 months after we'd previously asked them the same question. And what we saw there was a significant shift towards a stronger preference of people to keep working more often at home. So you can see in that time, for example, the preference for working from home most of the time rose from 35% in April 2021 to 43% in June 2020. And I think that has definitely been borne out in the figures that we see for our office attendance, and that kind of actual manifestation of how people are choosing to operate is becoming increasingly clear that it does reflect what this poll told us. In the end, these monthly polls proved a bit unsustainable in terms of the effort to both organise and respond to them behind the scenes. And also, again, we started to see falling response rates, and we started to feel that that channel or that tool perhaps was being a bit overused. So we shelved that late last year, and we now only use it occasionally if there's something we particularly need to dust it off for. But it was certainly very useful for that peak period of COVID. Next slide, please, if I may. Just a quick word on our other engagement channels. So what else do we do to engage with the organisation? Obviously, we deal with our trade unions quite regularly and on a quite formal basis. And there's a good set of relationships there, and that's a helpful temperature gauge for us to understand how people are feeling in the organisation. Like many of you will have, we have diversity networks representing particular groups or characteristics in the organisation, and we have formal governance around both the inclusion side of that and the health and well-being side of that. We run regular Your Call events, sometimes called town hall events in other organisations. So we have 2 permanent secretaries, Syrian Diamond and Sam Beckett, and one or both of those will typically lead the Your Call. It's open to all colleagues to join, and we use Slido for people to submit questions both in advance of the call and during the call. And Sam and Ian are sometimes accompanied by experts or specialists if the call has a particular theme or flavour. Sometimes they just run them themselves. Those are very popular, and we generally see quite steady attendance at those calls. And then, of course, we use things like blogs and news and events mainly on our intranet. We also have a Yammer channel. And importantly, it's not just human resources or communications who generate those. We have input from people across the business, sharing their own experiences of all sorts of things, how they take care of their own well-being, for example, or mental health. It was World Mental Health yesterday, so we had a contribution from just someone who works in the organisation, rather than it always being something driven by the corporate functions. And I think that multitude of channels and kind of voices in the engagement discussion is really important, that it doesn't all just come from my team or the wider human resources and comms teams. If I may move on to what have we learned? So what has all this told us? All sorts of things, but just to pick out a few highlights, really. I think what we learned for sure is that our sense of organisational engagement can be maintained or even enhanced during a crisis. And we saw that from that headline engagement figure. I think that our sense of organisational purpose, organisational mission, was a huge contributing factor to that sense for people of being engaged. And I do think our commitment to focusing first on communication and wellbeing and engagement you know, was an important, was a worthwhile investment for sure in maintaining that. I do think the way we responded I guess if I may say so well to the demands of that time at the beginning of the pandemic, I think it has created a raised level of base expectation from employees as to what good looks like and what they expect from an employer now. We're seeing increasing turnover of people leaving the organization and some increase in difficulty in filling vacancies as well, which might suggest that perhaps the things we did early on no longer stand out for us as an employer because that has become part of the general expectation. I think we've definitely learned that our principles-based approach to hybrid working is going to lead to more people working at home if we leave them with that choice and that freedom. We've no intention of backing away from that at this moment in time, but there might be some rebalancing to do perhaps there. However, we are more productive than we've ever been. So if you like, the kind of base business case for forcing people into the office, which is how some people might see it, is potentially difficult to make because you can't argue that we are not delivering what's required of us as an organization working in this mostly home-based way. And I think we've also learned that you know, change fatigue is a real factor for us. You know, of the themes I mentioned in the survey, leading and managing change is persistently the lowest and seems to be very hard to move. We seem to have trouble being as agile as we were at the beginning of the pandemic, where we were very responsive, we moved very rapidly, we established new surveys much more quickly than we might have done in the past. But I think that volume of change perhaps is making people wary of that need to constantly reorient and focus on something new. And we do see some dips in engagement scores in our middle management grades where, you know, kind of in the middle, if you like, between the top-down direction from our very senior leaders and those who actually get hands-on and deliver the work. It's a very difficult juggling act, I think, for people in those roles, and we do see some evidence of that in our engagement work. So as we look to the future then on the final slide, what are we really focused on in ONS? Where, as I say, we've no intention to move away from our hybrid working principles. We are delivering as an organization, so we want to make those work for us. I think evolving from rules to principles is quite a cultural challenge for us. I think the organization had in the past been used to having very clearly defined rules in its policies of what people needed to do, and this approach involves more freedom, more judgment, and it's taking some time for people to make the most of, I think. But what we want to do is perhaps rebalance a bit more towards a bit more office presence and discover what will engage people to come in more and to meet with their colleagues in person. We've invested through the last couple of years in really high quality offices. They're fantastic environments, great for collaborating, really flexible, and so we want people to make the most of those. I think we need to really sort of focus on the fact that the drivers for engagement and attraction and retention, the things that people really value now from us as an employer, are perfectly aligned with our values and being a good government department, a good corporate citizen. And so that level of expectation that we keep doing these things and keep looking after our people is important to maintain, because it's sort of a win-win. It is high effort, but I think the investment reward is clear. Hybrid working has also expanded our effective catchment areas, by which I mean the area around any given one of our offices from which we're able to recruit now is much broader, because obviously people don't feel they have to be in so much. So even though it may be a longer journey, if they have to make it less frequently, they're willing to do that. So what we're seeing is much wider circles of kind of where people live around our office locations, which is a good thing for us in terms of access to skills and recruiting talent. But it does need to be balanced with this idea of maintaining connection. How do we still encourage people to come in, to collaborate in person and work together in the offices a little bit more? I've talked about, second to last bullet point, that expectation that we've created, that we need to just focus on maintaining that. But I think it's not just maintaining. So to my final point, that there is that evidence that once we use a certain tool or a channel too much, we see falling off response rates, a bit of a diminishing return in terms of effectiveness and engagement. So we need to also keep innovating and be adaptable. It's all very well having a kind of well-planned approach and a strategy that's working, but we keep it under review because we recognize that elements of it can grow stale, and we have to keep refreshing that in order for people to feel engaged with it. So that's all I had to say. I hope you found some of that interesting and useful, and I will stop there and hand back to the facilitators.
Yeah, thank you very much, Lincoln, for sharing with us your insights. It was very interesting, and I would like to ask you all now whether you like to share something with Lincoln, with us all, have a question, comment, whatsoever. So please. Okay, yeah, I see a raised hand there. Maria, please.
Thank you, Tina, and hello, Lincoln. My name is Maria Hurley, and I'm from the Central Statistics Office in Ireland. Really enjoyed that presentation, very illuminating, both in terms of the before, the during pandemic, and the after pandemic dimensions. I have 3 questions. I hope that's not too greedy. I might fire all 3 of them at you, and you can, at your own election, answer one, some, or all, please. The first one is, you referenced in one of the latter slides that you are more productive than ever. And that resonated with the discussion we had in an earlier session this morning, where the question was asked, how are we measuring productivity in this post-pandemic environment? And in particular, how are we measuring individual level performance? And where we identify underperformance, does the management of that underperformance differ in a blended working environment versus in the old everybody in the office situation? So maybe your thoughts around that would be appreciated. My second question isn't so much a question, but maybe it's an acknowledgement of a point that you made, where you referenced the fact that engagement scores in the middle management grades have become a particular problem for you. That's an issue that I would recognize very much, and my colleague Pamela Lafferty, who joins me here in Brussels today, I think would probably agree. But we found that middle management permafrost, as we call it, and I think we actually we borrowed that term from Canadian colleagues with whom we had a study visit a number of years ago. The permafrost was there even before the pandemic. The pandemic had perhaps a further negative effect, reinforcing a lot of the kind of the negative behaviors that had existed pre-pandemic. They haven't gone away now. So just, I suppose I wanted to acknowledge, I feel where you're coming from. I'm wondering, have you any thoughts about how we engage with that permafrost? Because number one, they're highly experienced. Number two, they're very expensive. And number three, they're not finished with us yet. So how do we improve the dynamic of our engagement with that middle management, typically mid-career cohort, to ensure that they can get something from a future that could be perhaps more rewarding and satisfying for them professionally, and equally more rewarding and satisfying for us organizationally? And then my third question, and I appreciate your patience with me, just wondering, in terms of your principles rather than rules-based approach to managing blended working, what flexibility, if any, have you retained as the employer to require on-site attendance in response to specified and specific business needs that may arise on an ad hoc basis? So I'm not talking about, well, Billy has to come in 4 days a week systematically because that's the nature of Billy's job. I'm talking about the inevitable lumpiness and variability in work pressures and workflows, and whether you have that flexibility, and if you don't, how is it affecting the running of your business? Thanks a million.
Thanks, Maria. Fantastic questions, which I will do my best to answer. How are we measuring our productivity? I suppose if we look at our organization's kind of net overall output 2.5, 3 years ago compared to where we are now, there is a clear step change. Not only did we stand up the COVID infection survey in sort of record time and then replicate it for schools, and now we've transitioned it to digital delivery, all things that we simply weren't doing before. We did that whilst we were running our once every 10 years census last year as well. And we have 2 big new programs additionally running alongside those. So I suppose when I say more productive, I am thinking at the organizational unit level rather than the individual unit level. I would say anecdotally, I definitely see evidence of the phenomenon that we've probably all heard spoken about and written about, where many people, often given the opportunity to work from home, will spend some or all of the time that they used to spend commuting to the office, they will spend some or all of that time working, so that their net output is effectively a bit higher. But I will confess I don't have a kind of hard measure around that. It was really sort of stated as organizational output level. Your second question about middle management and permafrost, yes, also a term that I may have applied in my time to some layers of some of the organizations I've worked for. Because of when I joined, I'm not entirely sure to what extent this was a recognized issue in 2019 or before in the ONS. But what I would say is when you look at the trajectory of some of the engagement scores in that grouping, there is a downward trend, and there are some particular issues that come out where they don't feel so connected. I would also say, having led or been part of the leadership of quite a significant change program over sort of middle of last year to the early part of this year, where we really relied on that management cadre to convey the right messages to their teams and do the right things to help lead through that change, that we did see a real, if I'm blunt, a real drop off in effectiveness in some parts of the business, of that transmission of consistent messaging and that kind of being on board corporately with the change didn't always happen. And equally, the feeding back up to us from the business or back through to us of what was happening on the ground was often missing or distorted. I think my colleague Sharon has offered to come in on this too, around a new initiative that we have just begun, in fact, to help try and address that. So I might hand over to her, and then I'll come back to your third question if you wanted to come in now, Sharon.
Absolutely. Can everyone hear me? I don't know if I'm required to be unmuted by somebody. Hello, I'm Sharon Ford, and I am Lincoln's colleague. And one of the things that we've been doing about the squeezed middle, it's quite a vexed question. So we've done a huge amount of work around it. The most recent innovation that we are doing is we are having our national statistician actually go out and speak to that group. We call them our grade 6, grade 7, so it's quicker for me to reference them in that way. And he's going out and speaking to them in groups of about 30 people in a very open and authentic ask me anything way. So we've booked 11 of them. We've now run 3. So I give some insight, because I'm hosting with him, about how they are running. And the feedback we are getting is that people are feeling much more engaged, but what they didn't recognize, that cadre, was that actually they had a responsibility to the organization, that we expected them to be leaders, that they had a responsibility to lean in, to manage the work, to manage the risk. And one of the things he's very clearly done is given people permission to say no. So interestingly, organizationally across the culture, people felt that they could not say no to any request that came down on top of an additional workload. So there is a very clear message being shared across all of these small groups, is that saying no with a good and valid reason is perfectly acceptable, and how we prioritize work across the organization and what that looks like. And the feedback from those sessions is working incredibly well, that people are being made aware of their role within the organization, the ramifications of that role and the scope of that role, but also they're being empowered to manage their work and to say no to requests, and to understand a more bigger picture about what the ONS is trying to achieve. So that's one of the very, very clear things that we are doing to try and engage that particular group. And we're also following that up by communicating more widely what the learning offer is for those individuals at this time, and asking for any reflections on where there are gaps, to make sure that people feel that we are very much investing in their development. And I will stop there.
Thanks so much, Sharon. That's brilliant. And so it's Sharon's team leading that initiative. And fair to say, I think that it was put together really rapidly in response to us recognizing this need. So it's brilliant that it's being so well received. I've lost my picture of the room. Can I just check if people can still hear me okay?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, perfect. So your third question, Maria, flexibility in asking people to come in. I mean, this is such a live question, such a live topic. And you're right to distinguish between clear job-based requirements applying to a role or a group of roles, and we definitely have those. And in fact, we have occasionally, as we've had just this week, a new case come up where a particular business unit in response to an internal audit, feel that they do need to apply some specific rules to attendance in some of their roles. But I think you were asking more about the ad hoc, you know, if I worked for Sharon, could Sharon ring me up tonight and say, Lincoln, I want you to come into the office tomorrow? And that is a really interesting question because we're testing it live as to how that works. And I think the evidence that we've got so far is it's a pretty mixed picture, and that people may be settling into a sense of feeling entitled to work at home and not understanding perhaps that there might be a valid business reason for their manager to say, you have a contractual office space and I want you to attend that contractual office space tomorrow, please. Which of course we would say from a kind of legal standpoint is perfectly fair enough. If you look at the way that our principles are written, it does clearly talk about balancing business need with individual preference. So it's not been designed or geared to create this, what seems to be a bit of a bias in practice towards the individual need. And to give you a real life example, a person in my team a couple of months ago tried to organize a workshop around culture and engagement, funnily enough. And she was very clear in her mind that this workshop would work much better with everybody physically in the room. You know, good old fashioned writing on the walls, being with each other and working things through in that way. And she sent the invitation to about 15 people across the organization. And at least to my knowledge, 5 of them within a couple of days had contacted her to say, even though it was in their diary and they were free, to say, oh, I can't come in, I won't be coming in. Why can't I just join virtually? And so we ended up with only about half of those people in the room and the rest at home. And I might be a bit old-fashioned, I'm not sure, but there's no doubt in my mind it did not work as well as it would have done if they'd all been in the room. But the clear sense that we had a lever to sort of insist on people coming along wasn't there. So I would say it's a really good question, a grey area, and very much a live one for us to be working through.
Thank you, Lincoln, very much. So, as I don't see any other raised hands, yeah, I would like to thank you once more for your presentation, and we'll just continue trying to get back on schedule. Okay, thank you, Lincoln.
Thanks for having me.
Okay, these were the first 2 presentations of this session, and now we'll try to do something else, and we go to the next level where we repeat some short presentations, like 5 to 7 minutes presentations about best practices, and also maybe about failures some people had in some organizations. And these short sessions, short presentations are meant, you know, to keep us all interactive, just to maybe provoke some thoughts, maybe, yeah, also for food for thoughts. But let's try to be interactive. Let's try to, if you got something to share that's similar to this, just drop in, raise your hand, and we can discuss things, because I think that almost everybody had some similar situations, and we can just benefit from sharing them among us, because we're basically from the same field. So I suggest that we just start with the first presenter, and this will be Anna. Okay, so Anna, please just take the floor. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So I have no slides for this short presentation. And being prepared for this workshop, I thought about one fantastic failure which happened in our organization, but today, inspired by my colleague, I thought about another fantastic failure, unfortunately. So I will try to share with you these two examples. So the first one is connected with the performance. We discussed it before, how to measure individuals, how to measure the organization as the whole. And when the pandemic starts in Poland, we have a special law. And according to this law, it was possible not to run the performance of employees, because according to the civil service law, we are obliged to do such performance each 2 years. So when the pandemic starts, I thought that there were more important issues to cover. So it was my right now embarrassing decision that I agreed to stop the performance of individuals because it was allowed by law. Yes. And right now, after, let's say that the pandemic gone away, and I saw the necessity of performing people, from 1st of September, we started again the system of performing employees, but 2.5 years passed. This period, the employees, during this period, employees weren't assessed. Yeah. So right now, we need to forget about this 2.5 years. So it's extremely difficult because a lot of good things happened during this period of time. We were developed many subjects, many things, and managers can't take this into account. Yes, so not to be so long. So for this time perspective, it wasn't good decision. And as I said, I'm a little bit embarrassed, but of course we can draw some conclusions from this fantastic failure. Let's say that sometimes it's even if things are happening very fast, you still need to stop and lets you to think more about it, not to be so quick. So this is the first one. And unfortunately, the second one, and it is connected with money, with salaries. During before the lunch, we also discussed that on one hand, in many NSOs, as we are financed from state budget, we don't have too much money for our people. For some, it is really important. For others, maybe less, but still, yes. So in case of Statistics Poland, it is also really important and a difficult issue. So for, I think, 2 or 3 years, we had an opportunity to receive extra money especially from European projects, maybe not only, but from European projects. And also we've got extra money for census because in 2021, we had agricultural census, and last year we've got population census. During the pandemic time, it was also a big challenge. So as we have got this, let's say, extra money, we change salaries of our employees. They were higher, yes. And from the point of view from the point of view of employer, I thought that people receive, as I say, extra money. So they had got basic salary, let's say, and for extra tasks connected with this project, they receive extra money. But it appeared that employees treated these 2 items, let's say, as a one salary, yes. And after these 2 or 3 years, the projects are ended. So their salaries will come back, so will decrease. So it and the employees see this as the that the salaries will be lower. Not that they come back to this, you know, these basic salaries, but it will be lower. And of course, I have no money as an employer to cover this gap. It was the idea, yes, that we received money from the projects to increase, but right now it is no possible to have such money from state budget. Yes, so again, it was good at the beginning. Everybody, maybe not everybody, but most of the people were happy. But right now the tragedy, sorry, is coming, unfortunately, and I think that it will be the next fantastic failures. Unfortunately, maybe not fantastic, but yeah. But again, so this makes me to think that we need to again draw conclusions from this experience and try to think how to retain the best people, yes, in our organization. I had a small talk with Maria before that we also need to think about negative priorities, you know, because we still do not have we've got day and night, we don't receive more time, yes, and so we need to think how to gather this. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Anna. So does anybody relate to that? Had a similar experience, wants to add something, or just share a or provoked thought? Oh, Maria, thank you.
By the way, Tina, you're very welcome to tell me it's too much and I'll stop asking questions, but I'm just finding the content very, very interesting and very thought-provoking. Anna, to your first example, yeah, it hadn't occurred to me the potential downside of relieving staff of the burden of performance evaluation. But as you illustrate how it has played out, I recognize that actually there's been a missed opportunity to acknowledge great work done during an extraordinarily difficult period. I'm wondering, have you considered, given that it's still relatively recently that you've reinstated mandatory performance assessment since the 1st of September, have you considered opening an option for some form of brief retrospective acknowledgement? Because I do think that that is psychologically definitely a gap. We know that so many of our people went above and beyond ordinary expectations during the most challenging professional time of their lives. And I do think it's important, not just at the corporate level, because I think corporately all of our organizations have acknowledged that wonderful contribution, but at the individual level to reflect back appreciation. So I wonder, you know, learning from our fantastic failures, and I'm about to disclose one myself in my own update, so we all make those mistakes, but is there an opportunity to in some way attempt to retrieve the goodwill that perhaps has been lost? I'm not going to suggest the corollary of also pulling up people on the underperformance. I think if it hasn't been done in a timely manner based on evidence collected at the time reflecting the underperformance, today is not the day to start looking back at that. But that's just another one for us to chalk down in terms of the performance evaluation discussion that we're having in parallel. So thanks a million, Anna. And thank you for your honesty. It takes a lot of bravery to do that. So I salute you.
Thank you very much, Maria. Well, I thought about this, but of course I need some internal discussion on this. But as you was talking, my first thought was that the managers will be complained that it will be another administrative burden. Yes, because I hear this every day. Yes, another. But yes, your idea is really good, and I will think about it. Thank you.
Thank you, Anna. Anybody else, or just waiting for the coffee break, I guess, huh? Sorry. Yeah, you are my peripheral vision. Sorry.
No, I adhere provocation a bit to what is your second point of the salary. On the other side, people is, I suppose that during this 2 years that people were paying more, they were doing more. So at least they were recognized for doing more and paid back. This is the positive aspect of your failure. I don't know, there are cases probably where I see a lot of people that did more and the salary remained the same. So that's not really a failure, I will say.
Yeah, that's true. But you must remember that it is very often with projects and grants, mainly. I think that at the beginning and the first phases, you receive more money and you've got more tasks. But after grant or project, this at the first stage, extra task after the project or after the grant remain with you with no money, yes? And that's the issue.
You maybe need a grant project manager.
Okay, thank you very much. I propose now to have one more presenter, and that's Sharon Ford, who's joining us online. If you can hear us, then okay. Thank you, Sharon.
Hi, and thank you. I wanted to talk about something that we're doing in the organization, which might be hopefully a fantastic success. I haven't any data for you yet because we have literally just launched this. But in summary, what we noticed across our organization is we had a real issue across our ethnic minority population. So our non-white counterparts were having less than positive outcomes at recruitment stages. We were not representing the local travel to work population. So where, for example, one of our offices, there is an ethnic minority population of 8%. We only had 5% within the organization. So we realized that there was a significant issue. And there are a number of interventions that we have put in place. But one of the things that we did is I went with our head of inclusion and spoke to about 15 people who were quite senior in our organization, the squeeze middle that we were talking about earlier, our grade 6, grade 7 community, who were self-identified as ethnic minority. They were invited to come and speak to us through our networks because a protected characteristic, we couldn't use that data to go out and speak to them, to ask them what the barriers that they found across the organization. And out of that, we've designed a program, a learning and development program that we are just launching that has been quite an interesting journey for us. So one of the things that we made the assumption, certainly I made the assumption before we started this piece of work, was that promotion or access to promotion or promotion as a measure or a metric was quite key to success of the program. And our community very specifically told us to decouple that actually feeling the weight of success is only if you are promoted or success is only if you are continuing to progress in the organization, where actually the requirement might be just for that community to wish to invest in some development. So we've decoupled that. We've decoupled promotion. The other message that came across very strongly for us was line manager approval. So a lot of our people from an ethnic minority community felt that having their lived experience being such that they had experienced rejection and experienced people not wishing to allow them to progress, whether perceived or real, meant that asking for line manager approval as part of a development program was yet another barrier. Now, that was quite a difficult thing for me because line managers are so crucial to people's development. I really need the line manager to be invested because of the time commitment. So we've done something different, line manager involvement, not approval. So people are automatically enrolled. And the program involves coaching, a sponsor, a mentor, cross-government, an ethnic minority mentor. We have gone out and found people who are ethnic minorities, so have that lived experience to deliver the taught parts of our program. But the program also lasts 2 years. And apart from the taught elements, it's very much on demand. So you can draw down on that coach whenever you feel it is appropriate, up to a certain limit. You know, you can draw down on that mentor when it is the appropriate time for you. And we also will open with a briefing on what those roles are and how they can support you, so that people are making really good choices about that. And the reason we did it for 2 years was because 2 years is the point at which people, if they've just joined an organization, are looking potentially to move into another role or another grade. So that additional year of where we were giving people active support and where we had action learning sets in play was sending a very, very clear message about our commitment and our investment to that. And one of the interesting things for us is we've had very explicit feedback from our ethnic minority community that they are really pleased that we are saying this is a development program for this community for the following reasons, that it has been intentional and positive action. So I don't know what information about that would be interesting to people, or the elements of the design. So I will open myself up to questions, and that way I can respond to what you really want to know rather than what I think you might like to know.
Thank you very much, Sharon. And now, like Sharon said, there are some questions or comments, please. Okay, there's a hand, please.
Hi, Sharon, it's Pamela.
Hi.
I was just thinking that your strategy is something that maybe could be applied in different situations as well. We spoke a lot today about Generation Z and the idea that you can no longer have one generic strategy to suit everybody, that you kind of have to bend and temper your approach based on the target audience. So I think what you said today is really interesting from our perspective as well, in terms of attracting different groups and keeping them in the organization. So I think it's a really useful approach. So thank you.
Thank you. Funnily enough, I actually read something this morning about the flexible approach that we're all going to have to take to learning, and that it's almost as important as corporate social responsibility for people to be able to have that on-demand learning and to see a clear career path for themselves as well.
Okay, if there are no more hands, I would like to thank you once more, Sharon.
You're very welcome.
Us. Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, so now we do a short coffee break, let's say 20 minutes. So we'll be back at 3:35. Okay. So, everybody pumped up by the coffee? Prepared to, yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. Please, Elena.
It's just a really warm thank you to my colleague, Brai, who's doing really extra work, extra task. And if today we are in this hybrid mode with interpretation, and it's running, I think, pretty good for being the first time. I think we have to thank him. Sorry for this unexpected.
No, I mean, it's perfect. We shouldn't say sorry to interrupt or to join in, because it's basically an interactive session. That's why we're actually here. Otherwise, we would sit on Teams and just discuss things with raised hands. So if everybody wants to say anything between the lecture sessions, just feel free to raise your hand, stand up, or just sit and talk. I mean, that's why we're here. Okay. If everybody hears now, we can continue with our 5 minutes presentations of best practices or the worst failures. And now I would kindly like to invite Boris. Is that okay?
Can I do it from my side?
Yeah,
no?
you
Okay.
can do it for that. I just want to make an acknowledgement that we would have an interpretation now. So we can have interpretation on the floor, like live.
In English. I do it in English.
Okay. Okay,
no
perfect. No problem.
Thank you.
Okay, so Boris, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Tina and dear colleagues. I'm Boris, head of Strategic Planning and Coordination Department of the Geostat. And I should first like to express my gratitude to having the opportunity to attend this workshop and or the share with you the Geostat experience and to provide you with the latest update on the measure of implemented by our office in terms of human resources management during the pandemic period. Some information, general information about the Geostat. Geostat is a independent body and produce official statistical based on the Georgian law of official statistics. According to our legislation, we are accountable to the Parliament of Georgia and to the government of Georgia. The human resource management issues are regulated by the Georgian law, civil service, labor code, and labor compensation law in civil servants. And along with this, in basis of the resolution of the government regarding to the HR management, Geostat approved some internal regulation on human resource management at Geostat. We are a small office and we have only 213 full-time permanent employees, 70 permanent, non-permanent, and about 500 interviewers. In gender, it is distributed as follows: 35% is male and 65% are female. And on managerial position, it distributed as 55% male and 45% female. The average salary of the permanent staff is about $650 US, and for the interviewers, it's not more than $300. It sounds maybe too small to compare with another developing countries, but it's fact. I would like to notice that salary in Geostat is less in 10-15% than in ministries employees, and it's one of the reasons why young generation and young statistician outflow our office. And another reason is maybe that working in ministry is considered more prestigious. And I think also that workload in ministries is less than in Geostat and statistical office, because I mean routine work on data with a database and with the conducting and surveys, and it's a very routine. It is one of the reasons why young generation left us. The recruitment of employees provided by recruitment employees is based on the open competition, but for non-permanent and interviews, it's based on the internal interviews on the reference letter. We also use a horizontal transfer and promotion of employees of Geostat, and this policy help us to keep some people and who are interested in statistics. During the last 3 years, the number of employees appointed through the competition was 22%, but for the same time, 24 and the same time 32 people left our job. In the average age was only 30 years. But what to do to attract young staff? Geostat management periodically attends various types of employment forums, which are mainly organized by higher education institutions. In order to increase the interest in statistics, cognitive meetings are held with the employees of graduate courses and master's degrees at universities. And I would like to mention that memorandums of understanding have been signed with the universities regarding the students' internship and passing of work practice at Geostat. There is also a set of rules in the Georgia on a mandatory internship in the public sector, and Geostat is also involved in these processes. About 20 persons during a year are involved in the internship program at Geostat. For the upcoming census fieldwork, we plan to hire students, and I think it makes them interested on the field of statistics and to stay at our office. Also, we created a group of junior statisticians, and they are involved in the development of innovations to be introduced by our office, both on the direction of statistics as well in the term of the developing new tools for data dissemination and planning and implementation of social or sports events. For example, during the last 2 years, we created many statistical portals, and young statistician group involved to creation process of this portal, and also they organize some social and some sports events at Geostat. I would like to mention that a group of junior statisticians was actively involved in conducted and employed statistician satisfaction surveys also. So 3 or 4 years ago, our staff asked us to increase the salary, to renovate the offices, to change the computers and so on. And during the last 2-3 years, we increased average salary by 25%. We totally renovate all our central and regional offices. We change computers, we change IT infrastructure with the support of the donors. But unfortunately, today it is not enough. It is not enough because our employees demand from us more and more, and it's depend not only for the salary. The satisfaction depend not only from salary and from the office. They would like to more involved to the processes to make decision. They have they need a more flexible time, and they have another space at work and another venue and other workspaces. So in this, regarding this task, we created some rules. In November, we approve a national strategy for the development national statistical system for the 2020-23 years, and some activities was regarding with human resources management and capacity building. Within this framework of the above strategy, the human resources management manual, training strategy, and employee evaluation procedure was created. Now we are going to introduce a time reporting system. Some years ago, we tried to do it, but some of the head of departments were against them because they said that it's an extra burden on us and it's an extra burden for our staff. We know what they do, what they need, and it is not necessary to do it. But my department and price department did it themselves, and we find out that our staff has much more time, free time, than they complained, and it was very interesting. It was not necessary, but but we had a good result, and I think it was our failure because we did not introduce this system before, but according to our strategy for the next year, we have to introduce this time reporting system. Also, according to our strategy, we have to develop a socialization plan for the newcomers, mechanism for improving employee well-being, and created a professional development plan for our staff. Sorry. So what about some of you mentioned about a managerial problem and about a leadership problem. We have the same situation, and some middle-level manager have inappropriate communication with employees, whose performance level is less effective, and some supervisors and managers suffer from a lack of management skills and leadership skills, and therefore it is necessary to train them to develop this skill, but training is too much expensive because we should hire psychologists and special trainers, and less of finance and other problems is challenge nowadays for us, but we have to do it, I think, next coming years. What about a training process? We trained our staff, periodically at the beginning of each year, and we trained our interviewers and non-permanent staff ourselves, and the subject matter department staff trained the interviewers each year. Also, with the support of the donors, last year we trained the statistician in statistical programs like SPSS, SQL, R, and so on. As well, in information technology department, employees were trained in the respective software regarding to the IT technologies and the network administration and so on. And next year we continue the training process, and employees who were not trained in similar training before will be training in same program. Also, we conducted a training on sexual harassment at work and the treatment of vulnerable group, and it was conducted by Civil Service Bureau. And as well, in another country, in Georgia, all training during the pandemic period was conducted online. About some information about a work schedule and benefits at Geostat during the COVID pandemic period. Oh, okay, sorry, I take more than 5 minutes. Okay, only 2 minutes, maybe. Okay, sorry, it's my fantastic failure, maybe, because it's my first presentation through this area, and sorry. So
in that case, 1 minute more.
Okay. So okay, I say something about what pandemic has taught us. What we learned on pandemic period. It's possibility to move from traditional working methods to the modern ones, to conduct training process remotely, which saves financial, human, and time resources, and addition gives us opportunity to train more employees. At the same time, it was revealed that the employees had more free time than it seemed, and develop information technologies at a faster pace and their use at any stage of work process. So also we change our mentality, and what we imagined before that it was impossible, it is common today, and it is very quickly to solve this problem. For example, our regional office, Tbilisi regional office, is located one of the building, and the Ministry of Economy sold this building, and we are in process to hire a new office, but the rent cost is too high, and we decided to reduce the number of staff who would be working at office, and gave them opportunity to work from home. And if we planned to hire 1,000 square meter office, now we are planning to hire only 300 square meters. And also we get opportunity to IT programmers and persons with disabilities and with older than 65 years old to work from home. According to our legislation, it is not obligatory to retire after 65 years, so we get them opportunity to work remotely, totally remotely. And it's a chance to strive for innovation. Sorry for takes more than 5 minutes, and I think no bad without something good. Thank you very much. I am not determined that it was fantastic, but I think it was interesting. Thank you again. Sorry.
Yeah, it was interesting. So thank you, Boris, and sorry for showing you the sign and maybe kind of confusing you, but it was just goodwill. I meant no harm. Nobody means no harm. So, okay. Okay. Anybody wants to reflect on something what Boris said? I see a small rising hand, not raised, but rising. Maria, please. Just go, just keep it flowing,
Thanks, Tina, and thanks so much, Boris. That was really very insightful and most interesting. One thing that particularly struck me was the wage disparity between Geostat and your peer ministries. I'm stunned. We complain in Ireland about limitations on civil service wages, but they are standard wage levels applicable across all parts of the civil service. So while we suffer very much from competition from private industry, in general, wage competition within the civil service is not a feature. So I'm surprised. I suppose I'm quite disappointed that the same level of esteem is not being given from a salary perspective to the work of the National Statistical Institute as is given to the work of the departments of state, particularly when you consider that departments are responsible for policy formulation and service delivery. To produce policy, you require evidence and insight, and evidence and insight rely on data, accurate, verifiable data, and that's what we produce. So I'm really, as I say, disappointed, quite surprised, and I wonder over time, because obviously all change of this nature takes time, but is there an argument to be made, at least for parity of esteem between salary levels in the National Statistical Institute and the ministries before we ever worry about competition for highly skilled, statistically literate staff from private industry in Georgia?
Can I answer?
Please, yes.
Okay, so it's set for us also, but our legal status is a legal entity of the public law, and most legal entity of the public law are under the ministries. Only Geostat and some LEPL like Geostat are independent bodies. But according to the historical time, because of LEPL always were under the control of the ministries. Their salary was less than the salary of the ministries. Some years ago, we got independence and we are independent body, but it did not reflect on the salaries. we are independently on the by law and to the accountability to the parliament and to government Georgia, but unfortunately it did not reflect on salaries. And it's one of the reasons why young generation left us and moved to the ministries.
Okay, thank you. And then I guess we got another, yeah, from Armenia.
Thank you. Araik from Armenia, from Armstad. I have noticed that during these presentations, the work organized during pandemia in all countries was the same or little bit differences. I will talk very shortly about the process of statistical data collection and dissemination. It was concerning to the work of our statisticians and interviewers, how we organized very quickly in that time. In my country, all statistical forms and data we receive in paper form. And during that time, we had to find very new ways for receiving statistical data from respondents by an email or in different electronic forms. And we have an announcement on our website for respondents. And also in my country, it's very unique, but people like to receive statistical data in paper form. And we had to also have an announcement to receive that requests on Unified Electronic Inquiry Platform. What concerns to a surveys, integrated labor, LFS and integrated living condition surveys, we had interviewers who work with face-to-face interview, and in that time we decided to have only interviews by phone only, and also a lot of households didn't want to participate in that surveys, and but we tried to do our best, and we passed that difficult period. But how Anna said in her presentation, we had also one very interesting failure, because after pandemic situation, when we announced our interviewers to do face-to-face interview, they didn't want to do it because it was easy for them to do it by phone only, and to also to receive money for what phone charges. But we had to even to change a lot of interviewers, because they became lazy and didn't want to work in this new situation. That's all what I could add. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now I would just like to continue with Azerbaijan. If you would like, yeah, to share. Do we need interpretation? No, okay.
In English.
Okay, perfect. So please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I am Sala from Azerbaijan State Statistical Committee. I am head of Human Resources and Law Department. I would like to give a brief information about our training issues. Strengthening the potential of statistical staff is one of the main goals of our committee. Various programs and models are used for this purpose. Employees of the committee participated in various trainings organized by local and international organizations, as well as various trainings held on training programs approved by us every year. Through the application of modular statistical training programs, thematic trainings organized for the employees of local statistical bodies. But the pandemic forced us to look for new business mechanisms and tools related to traditional and online training. For this purpose, within the framework of cooperation with the Korean Statistical Committee, we have created a new training room equipped with modern information technology equipment. In addition, it's planned to apply new e-training methods and establish training portal for users, statistical units submitting official statistical reports, as well as for experts dealing with production of official statistical data by use of modern information and communication technologies. Training portal will be provided with the theoretical practical materials such as lectures, learning resources, presentations, developed based on the explanatory and relevant training modules, and will be open for the wide public. Other issues on assessment of the users to be grouped by knowledge before and after these trainings will be reflected in the portal too. The objective of this portal is increasing statistical literacy of population, increasing data quality through methodological support to statistical units in relation to completion of official statistical reports. The main purposes to establish electronic training portal are follows. First, increasing statistical awareness and literacy of the country population. Then provide methodological support to the statistical units in completion of official statistical reports, improving human resources development policy in the statistical system, and increasing efficiency of staff development. And the last one, increasing staff qualification level, applying modern training programs and new technologies. And the participants will get certificate after these trainings. That's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Yeah, we're looking for comments, questions. Otherwise, we can also go on with another example, and then in the end, we can wrap them all up with questions and comments maybe. So my next call would be to the Netherlands. Yeah, if you would like to present us, yeah, with your best practices. Thanks, Janari.
All right, thank you. Excuse me. Yeah, I wanted to share a few words on one of the failures that we had at Statistics Netherlands that then became one of the best practices. So before we go live with new information of a press release, 24 hours before, we share already the information with newspapers and with journalists and other stakeholders so that they have the information beforehand. And what that means is then that they can make the right adjustments in their newspapers so that we go live with the information together. So what happened is we had a new release of information of statistics, and we, by accident, it was a manual accident, we shared contact details through the CC of an email. So that meant that contact information was shared through an email. Luckily, all these people knew one another because journalists, of course, know each other, and it was for a very specific topic, so they luckily knew each other. But still, it was something that could have been a fiasco if we shared contact details of people that didn't know each other, or from very important people, for example. So to combat this, we now want to implement a new or a new way of sharing this information through a subscription. So just like you have a subscription email or a subscription newsletter, you can now sign up for that information regarding articles that are within your field. And from there on, you now get the information if you are signed up. So in a way, we automated this process instead of manually sending emails. So yeah, that's basically it. Because I can imagine that loads of you have similar experiences, and yeah, ultimately there are bound to happen some human mistakes. So we try to combat this with automating this process. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much for sharing with us. For the last call now, we have Ireland. So you make scissors, stone, paper. Okay, then we Spanish. Okay, then Supriya, if you would be so kind to share your best practice with us. Thank you.
Okay, sorry. So there's two things that I'll quickly talk about. One is something that I'm excited to share, and that I'm looking forward to perhaps coming back at a future conference to speak more about. But we've just recently in November launched a very comprehensive employee wellness survey, and have a team that we've developed that's in my organization, and I like, they're much smarter than I am. This is a group of organizational health and wellness experts, PhDs. So I always feel very overwhelmed when they come to me for things as their boss, because I'm thinking that you know more than I do. But in any case, they have worked very hard to put together a comprehensive research plan in terms of studying employee health and wellness, and how that then contributes to organizational health and ultimately, service to our countries. So they've looked at decades of research that have demonstrated relationships between workplace psychosocial factors. For example, employment-related relationships, job autonomy, work-life balance, employee engagement, burnout, and performance. And they've translated that into a questionnaire to then be able to understand if our workforce is, in very simplistic terms, thriving, simply moving along, or struggling. And so that categorization and ultimate, analysis of that data is going to help us understand the different subpopulations within the agency, how those characteristics are then impacting them in terms of their organizational contributions and their wellness overall. And we are intending to shift that measurement into action. So we can take specific action to help employees move from struggling or just simply moving along to ending up in that thriving category. So I'm really excited to see how that evolves. We've engaged in some studies with academia as part of this as well, to look at our new employees, to look at, like longer, I guess, mid-career employees, and then, those with far more experience, age variations, gender, ethnic minorities, persons with disabilities. So looking at it from a number of segments. And we've now established a baseline in terms of organization. So we can see now if certain measures have the intended impact that we were looking for to help those employees move along that sort of continuum, or if they have no impact at all, or potentially have a negative consequence. So I'm very excited about this body of work. And we've partnered, like I said, with a number of entities to help us understand that. And we've recently published a paper. Well, my team has recently published a paper. So I'm looking forward to sharing that in more detail, in the future when perhaps we convene again to showcase whether or not it was actually a success, and that we learned something and were able to apply focused action, or if it really, had no impact at all. So that's one where I'm just, I think, teasing the idea. I don't know yet if it's a success or failure, but I feel very good about it. And I do think it'll be a success. And then on the failure side, so before the pandemic, we really started thinking about how do we capture an understanding of the talent within our organization. So Statistics Canada is, when you take our interviewer workforce plus everybody else across the country, we're around the 7,000 to 8,000 mark at any given time. which is considered a mid to large size department in Canada. And so there's any amount of talent in that organization at any given time, and it might not be applied in the job that the person is in. But micro projects come up, opportunities arise, and what you want to be able to do is harness the talent you already have and to move people accordingly, you know, or perhaps in areas where they want to grow and develop. So we spent a considerable amount of time, effort, and energy in developing a talent bank, which is essentially a skills-based database, you know, where we could then understand what are the skills we have, where are the gaps. This could then lead to hiring strategies. It could lead to developmental strategies. And like I said, opportunity to respond in crisis or emergency by reallocating or diverting staff accordingly, because so-and-so knows this software and they could jump onto this project, and so-and-so is very good at that and could do this. What we didn't take into account is the value proposition, and how do you articulate that to employees so that they're willing to tell you about themselves at any given time. You can make the pitch all you want, but people need to see what's in it for them. Is this a way for me to get promoted? Is this a way for me to pick things that I want to do? Why should, oh no, I'm happy in my spot. Why would I take the time to fill out this questionnaire? So the value proposition hasn't been completely defined, I think, for the individual. And in addition to that, we've spent, you know, time, money, effort towards developing this system that we then want to leverage for other purposes to scrape data from. And so we're building almost what we would call a Cadillac. And is that cost yielding, you know, the intended benefit? And so we're really at a crossroads right now where I love the vision. The tool is amazing, but we're spending a lot and people aren't necessarily wanting to participate. So we're putting a pause button on it because I think it's a fantastic idea that's failing. And I think I wondered if others also see a value in something like that. But in turn, how do you convince people to participate? Making it mandatory feels wrong. I don't know that that's the right tactic. I also don't know that we could get away with it. But, you know, so we're at this crossroads with it where maybe we put it aside, we think on it a little more, and we pull it back out of the kit one day. But, you know, that's a lot. It's been a lot of time, money, and effort, and it's not necessarily yielded to any degree what I would have liked to have seen come of that. So yeah, those are our cool things coming and our cool thing, but not so cool thing that we did.
Thank you very much, Priya. And now, yeah, I would like to give the word to the last of these short sessions, to Ireland. If you would, and maybe also to comment on, and just give me, let's take another 5 minutes for the presentation. Thank you.
So this is a short one. This is a success we had. So I have a few notes that I'll just refer to here. So I suppose during COVID-19, we went from having, you know, 3 locations to 900 locations, as I said earlier on. But not just that, but people were at home, they were isolated, they weren't able to go anywhere. And as some of you have already said in your presentations today, your workplace became your primary interaction. And so people, you know, depended on their organization a lot more than they might have in another environment. So we had a staff well-being service in the office, but, you know, it was kind of a sideshow. It wasn't front and center. And so when COVID-19 struck and staff were really beginning to suffer, we did a staff engagement series, a survey, and I suppose found out where people were really feeling the pinch during the lockdown. And so we developed a staff well-being program. And that program was based around 3 pillars, but mind and body, nutrition and fitness, and health. And together we put a complete program together using Zoom so that everybody could access it, but also organizing events online as well, and in conjunction with our social club. So we had like virtual cook-alongs, quizzes, that kind of thing. So there was, I suppose, a strong focus as well on resilience and mental health. So we had a lot of speakers who, one was a psychologist who gave people tools to deal with the pressures they were under in the environment that they were in. We also set up a Wellbeing Champions Network, and this basically meant that you had champions around the office who could, you know, really push and really sell and promote the benefits of getting involved in the program. Then, as I said, we kept running our staff engagement series, and this gave us, I suppose, a forum for feedback. How was it going? You know, what areas might we now need to focus on? And so that guided us, and I suppose assured us that we were taking the appropriate action. And I suppose that the asset test was how would staff feel, you know, how were we performing? And in the last survey that we did, 82% of our staff said that they were satisfied with the services being provided by the wellbeing program. So we felt that was a good success to share with you today. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Pamela. Now, any last comments or questions in this session regarding those presentations? Otherwise, I suggest we move to our last presentation of the day. Okay. So right now we have a presentation from Mexico. And the presenter will be Mr. Rodrigo Nunez. Was that right? Your name? Was that pronounced right? Yes. Yeah, okay. So I would just like to introduce Mr. Rodrigo Nunez to you. He studied his major in international relations and holds a degree in public policy analysis and management from Chicago University and a master in business administration. He has worked mainly in public service, first in the presidency for the Republic as subdirector of international affairs, later as advisor to the Secretary of Economy, and then as a management improvement director in the National Institute of Statistics of Mexico. He has also worked in the other project as an entrepreneur. He is currently Deputy General Director of Communication in the Institute of Statistics of Mexico. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. You remind me I am getting old, but still, thank you. I'm very thankful for the opportunity of speaking to you. The objective of my participation is to offer an additional approach from the communication area. I know a lot of you are in the HR departments, so I want to add an additional vision of regarding productivity, leadership, and some of team building. Some of the issues that have been discussed today are like really enlightening for us. As a Deputy General Director of Communications for the National Institute of Mexico, I have quite some concerns about what the pandemic has brought us in terms of productivity, in terms of motivation. So I don't want to be a Grinch, but we have to address some issues that have arisen with the pandemic. And, you know, hopefully, I don't want to sound negative. The institute I work in has 18,000 employees all around a 125 million country. There are 200 persons in my team, and the institute is not an easy place, you know, to lead teams. We have a turnover rate about less than 2% of every year, so people doesn't have the mobility to acquire new positions as much as we would like to. The average is 25 years old that the people is working in the institute, so we have mostly senior talent. The average of years is 45 years old, so it also has some structural concerns that we need to address at some point. So I'm gonna start with the presentation. I had a shocking epiphany in Geneva just before the pandemic. We went to a sprint over there. And to my concern, I was talking to some colleagues from more developed countries like Canada, and it was really interesting to see that we shared some common ground regarding NSOs. So I expected those problems to be third world problems, but no, to my surprise, and regardless of the structural differences, we had some common ground with some NSOs, such as a low turnover structures based mostly on senior talent and other changes such as motivation, resistant to change. But are the HR departments the solution for some of the matters? Some of the problems we have might not be only solved with HR departments. I know you guys have some, everyday jobs such as payroll, such as social security matters, maybe layoffs, maybe hiring, and some of their functions that happen every day. So what about the functions such as motivation or giving the middle managers or directors some tools and some practical tools to make the teams better? No, I think some of these functions sometimes are left behind. So I think it's important to let directors of every areas know that it might be a shared task. It might be important, and some of us, approach to some of these matters. So for me, it's been quite important how to change that, how to change some issues that are not easy, and that maybe sometimes the only thing we lack is the practical tools to change some behaviors or some strategy, or even some organization like prioritizing everyday tasks. In a marvelous book called Switch by Chip and Dan Heath, there's an interesting approach to a methodology about change. And those guys say, direct the rider, which is the rational part, then motivate the elephant, which is like the effective part, but you also have to shape the path. If you only want to address the problem with the rational part, then the elephant's not going to move. If you only want to change the elephant by emotions with no strategy, then the elephant's going to be running all over the place. So it's also going to be a mess. So the most important thing, it also is to shape the path, to give the tools, to give the ways for change to happen. So I wanted to bring you some quick tactics to begin the change matters that matter. So for me and my team, formed by 200 people, there are a lot of middle managers that should have more tools. So I am, creating a program, an internal program just in my area, to make the middle managers have some more of these tools. First of all, prioritizing is a priority. I don't know if you guys have the problem that we do, so that people does not prioritize with the intention we're thinking. So maybe some of us are not communicating it well. Maybe they are not getting it. So at the end, the problem is a shared one. For this, for me and the middle managers, the Eisenhower matrix, it's been quite an important. So I actually print it sometimes and give it to my directors so that they can know how to locate their main projects in a useful manner, so that they can know where to focus. I think a lot of people have trouble deciding how to focus or how to use their time. And number two, deciding when everything's important. For example, in every week, I have like probably 40 meetings a week. So sometimes deciding when everything's important becomes a matter. Sometimes the governing board give us some projects that everything is important. So what to do in those situations? So for the people to have a list that contains all tasks in one is important. Identify what is important, highlight what is urgent, prioritize based on importance and urgency, avoid competing priorities, consider effort, and review constantly and be realistic. So what I try to do is to make my team, at least the middle people in the structure, to know what to do and when to do it and how to do it at the most developed way possible. The purpose of prioritization is to spend time working on important tasks, those things that will make a difference in the long run and move you in the right direction. Always care about your people. I think also based on a really good book by Kim Scott, that it's about leadership. So people usually think that the most good leaders or the best leaders are the ones that will not care or be really soft and sensitive to your needs. But what this methodology says is that is the worst thing you can do to the people you actually care. So what you want to do is to be in the radical candor area so that you can challenge directly your people. You can tell them what was their mistake, what can they improve, and also care. No, for example, in the left, we would have this silence. Instead of challenging directly, it would be the silence. So what the worst thing you can do, according to this book, is to be manipulative in sincerity, which is not telling people what they did wrong. So what you are showing is you don't actually care about them, and you should actually not be afraid to be direct, to be strong, which is also not a license to be a jerk in job. So what you need to do is to actually just be honest and to provide some results. And for me, one of the worst things, in my job is the meetings that would have been an email. So I think we need to address some productivity approach to these matters. So we have a lot of genius people that have spoken about meetings, and they have always said that we should avoid the meetings if they don't gather some of the main characteristics. So I did a checklist. So I tried to avoid them in any way possible. If the meeting is necessary, if the purpose of the meeting is clear, sometimes people gather to share some opinions, and we need to advance in some projects. So we need to have an agenda defined. Sometimes we can advance before the meeting, and it is important that the only necessary people participate so that the agenda can be fulfilled faster. It's important to have people motivated and prepared. Start by sharing the good news is also a good practice. People should share their ideas and opinions and feel free to do so. Appoint a decision maker and assign individual responsibilities during the meeting. Clear direction, a smart delegation. We created a model for aspects for delegating efficiently, or at least we think so. We divided in 3 moments: before, during, and after, so that the people can know what to do, how to expect it. If it's the delegation, if a project, an objective, or a task, to establish communication during the task, and after to evaluate the results of the process. Sometimes people just have anxiety performance, and what they need is for you to shorten the terms and the requirements. And there are some habits that we all should have, in my opinion. And there's like some productivity things that might be really easy to have in our offices, as like deactivating email notifications. This strategy allows you to focus on the priority task. Number two, to block off time, and normally to take as a habit to reserve time for the really important things of your work. 30 minutes well focused on a single topic may be better and necessary. And number three, to maximize the 5 minutes before, just before entering an important meeting, just before presenting. 5 minutes might be a really good habit to take in consideration. What to do and what to improve. Sometimes people are going to be really motivated to be part of a project or process. Maybe what they just need to have is to have clear goals, clear roles, clear processes, so that everybody can know what do we want to achieve, what does what, when, how, and how do we keep records, make decisions, and take actions. Sometimes what middle managers just lack are these tools or matrix that may help them to really set on grounds what they are thinking in their heads. And we always are going to have some things that are way beyond our control, and we need to accept that. But the way we can do it is by, creating or locating our troubles depending on their control level and the solvability. So there are some things that are going to escape our control, and we need to accept it. But the most important thing is for us to have something to solve it. Number 9, feedback is about listening. We all get to hear the opinions of our colleagues in a regular basis. But we have two models that we really like. The first of all is this one that it was created on the US Army, I think, that it's action after review. And what this model tells you is to really do it just afterwards, the exercise, so that nothing can be forgotten, and to have an initial objective. What were our intended results, or what was planned? Number 2, what really happened? Number 3, what we learned from this, or what is the takeaway? And number 4, the hypothesis. What can we do better next time? So we can also have experiments to make this a cycle, but it's an exercise that allows you to change the traditional way of doing a critique over a performance, because it's a dialogue, it's a two-way session, not a one-way. So people does not get defensive, they are open to suggestion. And some of the topics are not about mistakes, but at the sequence of events and what can be improved in this matter. Number 2 is the benefits and concerns chart. This is an example. It was maybe about social media. So what this tells you is let the people feel their benefits and concerns just after some exercise or event, so that they can know what is a benefit for the organization or the future, or what may be a concern to the future. Finally, number 10 is something that it was well said here. It's about providing well-being to our teams. This is also part of our responsibilities. It's not only about performing good, it's not also not only about giving results and being more productive, but it's also about providing direction, providing happiness to the people that works for us on our teams. So it's also our duty to create those mechanisms. Sometimes it's not easy because of regulatory or internal norms that does not allow us to do some disruptive activities, but we can also do some things like, you know, voluntary hike in the weekends, or some mechanism we can to gather the team to make it better performing in time. So I'm leaving you with these two quotes. When you put people first and then surround them with processes and disciplines that recognize their efforts, performance will soar. And the second one, by the singer Dolly Parton, don't get so busy making a life that you forget to make a living. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Rodrigo. And now I invite you to share with us questions, comments. If you got anything on your mind, Rodrigo is still here, so please. Okay, from Paul, please.
Hi, I'm Dominika from Statistics Poland, and I just wanted to thank you for this very inspirational presentation, Rodrigo. I'm always really, well, surprised, and I really admire what INEGI is doing. I'm not from the HR background, not at all. I'm from experimental research, so I think you guys are doing a lot of work, and it was very important for me to hear it because I'm the line middle manager. So yeah, it's very inspirational. Thanks a lot. Just a short comment on my side. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
So I've got just one reflection that I hope that our workshop shouldn't be replaced by email. Yes. I hope so. Yes. Yeah, and of course your presentation was pretty good, very interesting. Some of the points are on one side are simple, yes, and obvious, but on the other hand, as we are every day by routine tasks and things like that, we simply forgot about simple things. And you put all together this, I think, to some extent, simple things, but we just need to remember about them. Thank you.
Yes, please, Maria.
And to
I
make that
also appreciated the very, sorry.
So ladies first, but next I will call you. So Maria, please. Yeah, we started already, but then I give the word to you, sir.
Apologies, and
No
I'll
problem.
be brief. I just wanted to add then to the triumvirate of appreciation for the very energizing presentation. I wonder, would you agree, Rodrigo, to allow us to pirate your presentation for use in our own organizations? Because I have to say, as you were advancing through the presentation, I was thinking very particularly of my permafrost layer. And I was thinking how motivational and how inspirational and how representative of the type of behaviors we would like to see them display that presentation was. So if you would agree to that, I think we as a community would greatly benefit from it. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. This was need to be shared, so absolutely no problems. I would like to address the matter about simplicity. For me, it is clear that some of these ideas, have been running, for many years. But the problem that I have seen in my institute is that people that have like a lot of people on their teams do not make any mechanisms, or they don't have the tools. So what I was focusing my efforts is by providing something simple in my team, so that at least they can have like basic frameworks to perform better as middle managers. I mean, I just don't want to complicate it. So for me, it's like okay, you are really tired. We have been working a lot. Okay, you have a lot of projects, just fill me your Eisenhower matrix and we're gonna analyze it so that you can know what is important for me and the projects that should be just in time and the others that might wait so that your team can have less anxiety and the results are well driven. So yeah, for me, it's the simple way might give you unexpected and better results. Thank you.
Thank you. And now Italy, please. Yeah.
Yes, thank you. Also for me, your slides, your presentations was very interesting, very useful. At the end of your presentation, I recognize all my fantastic failure in my working activities. Because I think most of our mistakes are the same because we do the things in the same way we always did in the past. It's difficult to change a point of view. It's difficult to change our methods, our habits. And so it's so important sometimes stop and put attentions on our way to do our activities. And I would like to ask you about the training program. How do you help your staff and your managers to understand these very interesting things? For example, in Italy, an useful experience was for manager when we try a program of 360-grade feedback. It was very useful because when the manager listen to his staff how he works in this moment is very useful and open mind to change his habits. So what is your experience from this point of view?
Thank you for the positive comments. Well, this presentation is actually built from years of successful failures as a leader, to be honest. Because after years, you start to get tired of being somehow responsible for the people of not having the goals and the projects clear. So sometimes you get angry, sometimes you are like, how come my team or the people in my direct line are not getting what is relevant? So I started to think maybe you are not communicating in an effective way. So I started to look for some other strategies that might help people to convey with me and to really be closer in a rational way. So these methodologies that are really simple were intended for that, so that the people in my team could understand and have like same language. And the second part of your question is really interesting, and it's been a challenge about training for this. So I try to make once a month some session about some priorities, about what concerns the high management or the presidency of my institute, and how can we do something to approach it. So these sketches or these ideas or concepts shorten the time and improve the understanding. So I actually print it and tell them, use it, and we'll check upon that. Because what I think is not helping sometimes is that we have everything in theory, but we have nothing in practice. So for example, I don't know if it has happened to you, but feedback becomes a session in which everybody express themselves in an emotional way, but we're not getting somewhere. So somebody is making a statement about budget, and the other is making a statement about how they feel, and the other if their burdens are not the same for someone. So the feedback does not become efficient. So in this way, what you can do is to really make everybody go in the same direction by giving them a framework. So we're gonna make the AR exercise. So after an event, after a strategy, okay, what did we need to have to, what was planned, what really happened, and to analyze on those matters just specifically, and some others, there might be a session for some other aspects of the strategy so that everybody can actually go in the same direction. I don't know if I made myself clear, sorry. Pandemic made my English a little bit rusty, so.
Okay, any last comments? Otherwise, I would like to say thank you very much one more time. And okay, so this is it for today. This was our first day, and I guess it was very insightful, successful, interesting. I had a really good time. I now know a lot more than I did before, but also what struck my mind just throughout the whole day when we were talking about things and you were presenting things and best practices and failures is just this time series, or just this when we are meeting at these congresses or conferences like for the last, I don't know, 8-10 years. It doesn't matter, but how interesting it is. We, through the last, let's say 10 years, we talked about almost the same things every 2 years. There were some models, concepts, what we ought to do in HR, but then every 2 years or 3 years when we met again, things were basically, okay, there were other names of the concepts and models and new methodologies maybe, but things were basically the same. But now how interesting it is in these 2 years of these catastrophic events, I would like to say how interesting now how people can really change and do some efforts, and how things can really change if they step together as a group. I mean, yeah, for the last 8 years, we were talking about things. And now, from my perspective, in these 2 years, we made almost the impossible. I mean, all the things we were just talking about, like now came into practice. And we also, what we heard today, I mean, it was really insightful. And my thought is just how funny beings as humans we are. We really need some outside motivation, some catastrophic events or some outside enemy to get out of the comfort zone and just fight for changes and do changes. And I think what we heard today really kind of I don't know, supports this. So thank you very much for an interesting day. And now I give the word to Anna to wrap it up. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Tina. It was really exciting session. I think that when we have 2 years ago the online workshop, I said that what was mission impossible before pandemic, after pandemic is mission possible. And I think that we can all see that that's really true. Okay, so let me try to sum up the first day. We listened to many interesting information. So on one side, NSI's work is treated as a public good, and some people would like to join us. But on the other hand, we suffer from as organizations, we suffer from the lack of money, proper human resources, and issue of retaining the best staff, our talents. We are also observing that human resource management, human resource managers, and our divisions, departments, whatever, that the work in these units become more harder after pandemic than it was before. In new reality, we need new frameworks and new processes being adjusted to blended or hybrid way of working. That's why we need to reframe our NSIs and prioritize our organizations for the future in a really short and long perspective. It means to be ready for new challenges, especially for Generation Z, with their expectations, but we can't forget about others generation, because still the generation that is only 5%. Of course, they are coming. They will be more and more in our organizations, but we've got also other people, and we can't forget about them. This leads us to high importance of line managers, how they should manage mixture of staff, how to measure individual and organizational performance, and how to keep balance between work and private life, having in mind well-being. It was repeated many times today. But again, we can't forget that having in mind the fact that we are more productive than ever, it was said today, in my opinion, probably it means that we sacrificed something or somebody, I don't know, maybe time, maybe our people, some of them are burned out, we are tired, there is a lot of tasks. Of course, we are more productive, but probably we use more time. Yes, there is the line between work and our private life is not so obvious that it was as it was before pandemic. And just the last sentence, that we should listen to each other. Thank you very much. So, Elena?
Yes, I take some words from you both. Today we have a lot of challenges. This is not a human resources challenges, but challenges humans. I would like to ask your help. There's a lot of food left and I don't want to throw it away. I try to call the Red Cross, the social service, all the type of services I could address to here in Brussels, but unsuccessfully. So if any one of you is not joining dinner tonight, if they want to take some food or have dinner here, I'll be really happy. I'm really sorry to throw food away, but I'm asking everywhere. So if that's a possibility for you, I'm happy for. By saying that, 5:30, we will start the guided tour from outside the EFTA house. We will meet at the receptions. So take your time to go to facilities, refresh yourself, and then at 7:15, we will meet at the Brasserie de la Presse. And I'll try to order less food for tomorrow. Either you are really hungry for tomorrow, or maybe we can go for a run during lunch break, and I don't know. But thanks a lot. Thanks for all of you. Thanks for those that are not joining tomorrow. No, Nardi is not coming tomorrow. So thanks to you. I'm really sorry to say that my colleague Bragi is not joining tomorrow either. So, but thanks a lot. And also to my other colleague, Marius. Thanks for being here. Thanks for Holdo for being here. And any question about the tour? We will divide people is all clear, right? So Russian speakers with me, along with Italians, and all the others are going with Brai. That's all. So hope you will have a nice evening and you had a great day as well. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.